are here to help give a professional and accessible experience. And so without our sponsors, this wouldn't be possible. So I do want to take a minute to thank our sponsors. So our gold sponsor of Sony Interactive Entertainment, our silver sponsors of Xbox and Rockstar, and our uh, bronze sponsors of Ubisoft, Tencent, Reed Speaker, Electronic Arts, Descriptive Video Works, Lucid, and Shara. So, with that, we are officially ready to kick off the content for today. Now, this next talk is, really, really fabulous. So, Wednesdays isn't a serious game, but it carries a really important message. And it took a lot of people, the developers, the publishers, consultants, and play testers to really make sure this game was as accessible as possible. Now, before we get started, I do just have one thing I want to call out. This game does have content that deals with lived experience of child abuse. And so we wanted to call that out. So if perhaps that content isn't right for you to watch, you can make an informed decision. But with that, I'm very excited to kick off the day and watch this first video. So let's get rolling. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, I'm Pierre Corbinet, the writer and director of Wednesdays, a game dealing with child sexual abuse and incest. And in this talk, I will explain how we managed to make such a game accessible. First, why even make Wednesdays accessible? Well, from its inception, this game was designed with accessibility in mind, and for several reasons. First, we wanted to make the game accessible for the widest audience possible, because while Wednesdays isn't a serious game or a PSA game, it does carry a message, which is that we should talk more about these topics if we want to better protect the children. And we wanted this message to reach as many people as possible, even people who aren't gamers or are afraid of video games. We also wanted to make the game accessible to people with disabilities because, well, that's something every game should aim for. But also because disability is a strong aggravating factor for intrafamilial child sexual abuse. To put it crudely, you have much more chances to be a victim of incest if you have a disability, and that sucks. And that is why we felt making the game accessible was especially important. Lastly, while the game isn't specifically meant for victims of child sexual abuse, we wanted to make sure our fellow victims could actually play our game, whatever their trauma was and wherever they stood on their path to healing. And we wanted them to have a good time, why not? We wanted them to feel better after playing the game than before playing it. That meant giving a very special care to the content warnings, which is accessibility too by book. So how did we do it? Accessibility-wise, Wednesdays is the result of a cooperation between the devs, the Pixel Hunt, our co-producer and publisher Arte France, and two consulting companies, Game Accessibility Hub and EasySurf. As I said before, this project, we had accessibility in mind from the start. And the cool thing is, when you have accessibility in mind from the start, is that it makes the whole process way easier. Since we wanted the game to be playable by gamers and non-gamers alike, we needed the gameplay to be as simple and intuitive as possible. I say gameplay, but since the game is divided in two different phases, we needed to come up with two simple and intuitive gameplays. The first one, in the memories, is basically the gameplay of a visual novel. Characters are talking to each other. We, as a player, pick dialogue options that will influence the conversation. This is not Wednesdays, by the way. This is another visual novel. But while the codes of visual novels are pretty obvious for us gamers, they might not be for everyone. Who is talking here? Am I the girl on the left, the girl on the right, or neither? But in this case, who am I? So we use codes from another medium, much more widespread than visual novels. Comics. We opted for a graphic novel art style, and we used speech bubbles. And the only interaction given to the players was picking dialogue options by clicking or selecting speech bubbles. This might sound pretty limited, but there are actually a lot of things you can explore with such simple interactions. You can borrow from dating sims. You can create some kind of mini games. You can have options that change or disappear when you click on them. You can have options that keep multiplying. Simple gameplay doesn't necessarily mean boring gameplay. The second gameplay phase is Orco Park, a fictional park management video game from the 90s. Here, the player has to buy rides and decorations and place them in their park to keep the visitors happy. While this whole park thing is inspired by the original theme park game, which is atrociously difficult and abstruse, its gameplay is actually much more similar to the beloved, or sometimes hated, super casual game enjoyed by millions, Clash of Clans. Everybody knows how to play Clash of Clans. Also, while Orco Park is described as a park management game, there is actually no management at all. You cannot lose or go broke or even make the slightest mistake. It's more of a toy than a game and is mainly designed to offer a place and time to relax after a difficult memory. When we started working with Arte, our publisher, they were already thinking of new ways to improve the accessibility of the game they co-produced and published. One of them being a list of accessibility guidelines and criteria sorted in categories and ranked from 1 to 3, 1 being mandatory and 3 nice to have. This list was heavily inspired and influenced by the existing games accessibility guidelines and Xbox accessibility guidelines that most of you might know. So there were 92 criteria on this list, and we discussed them all collectively with Arte. First, we discarded everything that was non-applicable for Wednesdays, such as an option to disable QuickTime events. We don't have QuickTime events. Or to highlight landmarks and point of interests on the map. We don't have landmarks nor point of interests nor maps. Then we looked at those that were already done by design, and we found out that it was the case for almost a quarter of them. So that's 24 accessibility features that literally cost us €0. For instance, allowing the player to read at their own pace, or never requiring to hold down a button. Then we tried to estimate the amount of work required for each features left and discarded the ones that were far too expensive for a game like Wednesdays, such as full voice acting, because Wednesdays has a huge amount of dialogues, or more surprisingly maybe manual save. It might sound like a small thing, but the way Wednesdays was built prevented saving at any point of the game, and adding manual save would have required rebuilding the whole dialogue system, so we only kept the automatic save we currently have. We were left with 30 yeses, 30 features we planned on adding to Wednesdays. We added a new accessibility line on the budget, and Arte accepted to cover these additional costs. In the end, among those 30 new features, there are only 3 of them we failed to implement in the end because they were more complex or more expensive than we planned. The option to reassign game controls on keyboard or controller. The ability to use screen reading software. Not sure how that works. And the customization of the game's mouse cursors. Here you have a picture of a diagram of all these options. So we did more than half of them, and 1/4 of them being non-applicable. Wednesdays was one of the very first Arte game to use this list, and they weren't sure at first if that would be a useful production tool to improve accessibility, and as it turned out, it was. So the use of this list now is part of every Arte co-production contract. Now, Games Accessibility Hub. Games Accessibility Hub is an accessibility consulting company focusing on gaming experiences. Basically, they assist game creators, studios, and publishers in better understanding the needs of gamers with disabilities and how to fulfill them. Their services include training sessions and workshops, project consultations, accessibility assessments, and playtests. In June 2024, Arte put us in contact with them, and they played through our vertical slice. You probably already know that, but just in case, a vertical slice is a small fraction of the game which is fully done to get a sense of the final product. In our case, that meant the park and the first scene of the game. Then Games Accessibility Hub came back to us with a scary spreadsheet with dozens of columns and tabs, which turned out to be super thorough and super useful. Every single part of the game, launch screen, option screen, park, scenes, credits, everything has been scrutinized, every question has been raised, every problem has been found. They did not spare us. We thought we were doing a good job, and maybe we were, but clearly we still had a lot of work to do. So we got back to work and basically used this document as an accessibility to-do list. A lot of the accessibility was also addressed via playtests. We had 2 types of playtests for the game, the regular playtests and the accessibility playtests. The regular playtests happened through the whole production, but especially at 3 key moments. The first wave happened on January 23, when we had not even started production yet. The game basically was an interactive fiction back then. Another wave was with what I call the horizontal slice. So the game was playable on Unity from start to finish, but half of the scenes were still using placeholder graphics. So instead of these gorgeous hand-drawn artworks by Exaiva, you got to play with these crappy MS Pen graphics by me. And the last wave was in September 24 after the alpha. We had 40 playtesters in total, mostly friends of mine, and most of the time I was with them, watching them when they played. There was half men, half women, half being regular gamers, while the other half only played video game occasionally or not at all. And lastly, from what I know, 7 of them being survivors of incest and or child sexual abuse, while 6 of them not specifically identifying as victims, but still having some kind of story to tell. Just so you know, none of this was on purpose. I did not try to have gender parity, nor did I actively look for survivors. I guess this is just what my circle of friends look like. Accessibility-wise, these playtests were especially useful to fine-tune the content warnings. Wednesdays dealing with child sexual abuse, such warning sure felt especially important. The very first realization we had is that the most difficult scenes of the games weren't always the one we thought. We expected this scene, suggesting very young child masturbation, being one of the most disturbing one. And for a lot of players it was. But for parents of older children and for child abuse survivors, it was just mildly embarrassing and sometimes even funny. On the other hand, we knew the final scenes of the game were quite intense. I'm talking about the one when Tim tells his story to his mother, and the one where he confronts his incestor. But we did not expect these scenes to hurt people, and yet they did. Because they show a loving mother believing every word Tim says, and they show a somehow cooperative abuser who does not deny anything that happens, and they show a survivor who is able to move on with his life. And not everyone is that lucky. And not everyone has moved on. And it hurts. Why can he move on while I can't? Some player had very strong feelings about that. So it became one of the very first things we addressed in the warnings. Timothy's experience is that of a victim whose family believed him and supported him, who was not traumatized and who managed to pull through. This may be particularly troubling for victims who have had a different experience. Another interesting thing that came up during the playtests is that often people did not laugh or even smile at my jokes. Because yeah, the game has jokes, many jokes. Some entire scenes are meant to be funny, but people did not laugh. So that was a problem. Either what I thought was funny was not fair, or there was something else. And while debriefing with them in the end, I realized there was something else. They knew Wednesdays was about incest and were not comfortable enough to laugh. They were tensed the whole time, preparing for anything that could happen at any moment, anything related to incest or child sexual abuse. So we tried something new. Little icons that you see before playing a scene. 1 exclamation mark means the scene addresses sensitive topics. 3 exclamation marks means the scene addresses rather explicit content. And 1 question mark means there is no need for alarm. For the players, these icons are a great way to brace themselves before a difficult scene and to play them at their own pace. But they also allow player to relax entirely during the chill scenes, the easy scenes, and to finally laugh at my jokes. I guess the takeaway is that content warnings are not just meant to warn people. They are also very useful to reassure them. And a few months before release, we also had accessibility playtests. They were organized by Games Accessibility Hub, run by EasySurf, and were done via video by 3 experienced testers covering a range of various disabilities, cognitive, mobility-related, and visual. Doing these playtests 3 months before release might seem late, but we did not expect these playtesters to find new problems. We had this consulting work before to find problems and come up with solutions. Now we just needed to make sure we made a good job. and hopefully polish the accessibility a bit more. Great news, apparently, we did a good job. And thanks to the playtesters' feedback, we were able to polish the accessibility a bit more. We wrote better descriptions for accessibility settings, since an accessibility setting is only useful if people understand what it does. We polished the text adjustment for the highly legible font. We slowed the blinking during tutorials. We even added a last-minute accessibility option, which was cursor speed for the controller. And small anecdote, because I was pretty happy with this feedback. While all the scenes in the game are pretty colorful, at some point near the end, there's this scene in black and white, because we wanted that scene to stand out, to feel different. One of our playtesters has achromatism, meaning he doesn't see colors but only shades of gray. And when he played the game, he had no problem with any of the scenes. They all looked good to him. But when he played that scene, he felt something was wrong, different. He said something like, "Oh, for the first time something feels not quite right with the colors." Probably because this scene has much higher contrasts than the other ones. It wasn't really on purpose, but we were really happy to see that this idea of removing the colors worked, even for someone who doesn't see them. In the end, I think we made quite an accessible game. Here's a list of the accessibility settings we have in the game. I should add the link somewhere in the video. We are pretty proud with these results, even though we were not able to implement all the options we would have loved to. Key remapping, for instance. But was it worth it? Let's see. First, how much did it all cost? It's, of course, not easy to calculate how much money went into accessibility. Most of the accessibility costs aren't actually costs, especially when you have accessibility in mind early in the project. Using colorblind friendly colors isn't more expensive than using any other colors. Designing an accessible UI is exactly the same price as designing a non-accessible UI. But let's try anyway. If we had production, pre-production, pre-production, localization, like everything, the game costs 270,000 euros. If we sum up the costs directly linked to accessibility, like the programming, consulting, playtests, graphics, and audio assets meant for accessibility, we get to 12,000 euros. So that's a bit less than 5%. That's not much, but also it's a lot, in the sense that we could have made other stuff with these 12,000 euros. We could have localized the game into more languages, for instance. So, was it worth it financially? Well, that's the elephant in the room. We do not know, and we won't ever know. But Wednesdays sold about 3,000 copies in a year, so it's not even close to breaking even, accessibility or not. But players did take notice, and we had dozens of reviews praising the game accessibility and more specifically the care we put into the content warnings. I especially appreciate the content warnings and non-linear storytelling, allowing me to go at my own pace. They give lots of opportunity to opt in or out of parts. Hopefully it can meet you where you are in your journey. It did for me. The thoughtful details, its storytelling, gameplay, accessibility options, and the space it gives players to recover emotionally made it possible for me to face both the narrative and my own feelings. And my favorite, I felt cared for. But that's not all. I know for a fact that we managed to make a game accessible for everyone, including non-gamers, because I've been making games for 15 years now, and for the very first time, My mother was able to play a game I made. That text says, I love you and I am proud of you, your mother. So, yeah, 100% worth it. Uh, my father was also able to play the game, by the way, and my 90 years old grandfather was able to play the game too. Uh, he's not playing Wednesdays here on the picture, obviously, but I thought it was a funny one. But that's not all. Working on the game accessibility gave us quite a visibility boost since we won the award for best accessibility at the Pégase, the French Game Award, kind of. One of the few categories Clair Obscur Expedition 33 wasn't competing in. And we also won the Audience Award at the IGF. That's not specifically for accessibility, but I want to believe it helped a lot. But most of all that work on accessibility might actually have saved us money. The game was initially designed to be played with a mouse, but for accessibility, we added controller support. And because of that, the game just worked on Steam Deck. No more work required. Still, for accessibility reason, we added an option to increase the size of text, allowing to play with a very large font. And that made the mobile port of Wednesdays so much easier, because this is something that would have been required for mobile anyway. And this feature probably would have been much more difficult and thus expensive to do afterward without planning it early in production. So yeah, the answer is yes. All that work was definitely worth it, and we hope this will inspire other devs and publishers to take accessibility at heart from the very start of the project. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think it's really important that when we're making serious games about serious topics, that we do really invest in creating accessible experiences. But there was, oh, I'm gonna butcher this name, Beer Bierkeek from Inclusive Game Lab said in the Discord, um, Wednesdays is a really, really good game, and I love the implementation of content warnings. Definitely a best practice example that other games should take note of. I love that it was called out that content warnings can be more than just the initial warning. They can also reassure players about, upcoming content and also give them time to have, permission to relax if they know that this more serious, potentially triggering content isn't immediately coming up. But some of the other things that were highlighted in this talk, such as, designing an accessible UI costs just as much as designing an inaccessible UI. So you might as well just do it. It's free, right? To make that design pivot. But one of my favorite parts was that the early consultations allowed them to plan for accessibility, which meant when they got to their accessibility playtests, that work was polish, not problem solving. And I think so much of the time, by the time we're getting in disabled players for playtesting, we aren't polishing, we're still fixing. And so the fact that it got to be polished was absolutely fantastic. And then even just the little highlight at the end that all of this intentional accessibility work allowed them to port it to Steam Deck, to mobile, way easier than it would have been. And, making it 100% worth the investment. It's such a fantastic talk to kick the day off with. So, with that, we will be taking a short 10-minute break and then we will be back with talk two of day two. So, see you shortly. All right. Wesker, my cat, is directly under me, and he was on my lap until 2 seconds ago, and I was so excited to put him on camera for you guys. But now he's decided to play with a toy instead, so maybe he'll come back next time. All right. So for our next talk, I know, oh, I'm really excited about this one. So, accessibility has a few relatives. User research is one of them, but player hearing safety is absolutely another. We have some studies that are showing that gamers are wearing headsets, 50% of the time, and we all know that if you're not careful, loud games, loud music, loud anything can cause some damage to your hearing. So, in this talk, we're going to get not only data around how this can happen, but also practical tips on how to make sure we're caring about our players' hearing and keeping them safe. Let's check it out.
Welcome. Thanks for watching Player Hearing Safety. In a few minutes, I'll tell you why I think it's a pretty close cousin to accessibility. But first, I want to introduce you to Patrick. Patrick is a former professional gamer. He played a 5-on-5 tactical shooter where hearing distant footsteps is critical. In order to hear those footsteps, he would play at a loud, though not necessarily extreme volume. That was fine for hearing the distant footsteps, but when gunfire or a flashbang went off right next to him, it was exceedingly loud. In this game, once he was killed, he also continued the game as a spectator. And even though he couldn't actively participate in the remaining battle, the game still gave him the full, quite loud audio experience. One day, Patrick noticed he had a constant ringing in his ears that just wouldn't go away. With some Googling, he discovered he had tinnitus at the ripe old age of 23, a permanent ringing in the ears caused by exposure to loud sounds for long periods of time. Patrick, it turns out, is also a programmer, and he wrote a program to modify the output volume during spectating. He would literally wrote some code that would detect that he was no longer actively playing, and then it would reach in to the Windows system volume and update that. Eventually, he expanded it to compensate for the volume of loud flashbangs and tinnitus simulation. He describes his program as a program that lowers volume when you are not alive and get flashed. It aims to lower the chance of hearing damage and fatigue by significantly reducing overall sound exposure. You can get that code on GitHub. On his GitHub page, he even says, "Even if you think your volume doesn't hurt you, trust me, it might over a long period of time. It took me 9 years of playing to develop tinnitus, and I was playing at a reasonable volume, judged by multiple non-gamers and me. I am no expert, but I suspect this is due to a buildup of small periods of very high volume, shooting, flashes, grenades, bomb dushes, and dinks, etc." And actually, he was correct. Players using this can set their volumes by editing a text config file. If you think about it, Patrick modified his gaming experience in order to not damage his hearing. And I would like to put a postulate out there that our players shouldn't have to go to GitHub to make their playing easier on their ears. So what does this have to do with accessibility? I mentioned the story about Patrick to Jenna Janissary of Descriptive Video Works. Jenna is an accessibility consultant, and she had a comment that really struck with me. She said, "The Venn diagram between audio accessibility and hearing safety is just about a circle." And if you think about it, accessibility helps compensate for player sensory damage or disability. Hearing safety helps us prevent that same damage. There's nothing inherently more dangerous about video games than movies or YouTube, except that we tend, or if we're successful, our players play our game for long periods of time. And especially with online gaming, they're more and more likely to be wearing headphones. Headphones are speakers either in our ears, near our ears, or covering our ears, with their transducers centimeters from our eardrums. And that's challenging. So to talk about the challenge, let's compare sound to our other primary sense, vision. We evolved with the sun up in the sky. At any time, our ancestors could stare at the sun, totally destroy their vision, and theoretically not reproduce as well because of that. As a result, we evolved. We have eyelids. We can turn our heads. We can turn off our visual sensory input. Light in nature was dangerous to our eyes. The problem is, during our evolutionary period, sound in nature was not dangerous to our ears. We did not develop ear lids. Our ears are on 360 degrees all around us. So while it's painful to look at the sun because of eyelids, and we can turn our heads and so on, we can't do that with our ears. And in fact, it's even worse. There's a part of our ear system called the sacculus, part of the vestibular system, and that actually gets activated by loud sounds. And when that part gets activated, it makes us feel more excited. It triggers our hippocampus, which is associated with all sorts of hedonistic responses and large, exciting things. Evolutionary-wise, we associate loud sounds with large, exciting, or group actions or big movements like banging on drums or large crowds. So for that reason, it's actually more enjoyable to listen loud, and that's a problem. So this is from a Seattle Seahawks game, an American football team. I was at this game, and being in a group of 70,000 people chanting at a loud volume really is an exciting thing to be. I could feel my sacculus and my vestibular system saying, yes, please give me more of this. When we are playing loud sounds, especially over headphones, it's kind of a cheat code for our brain because, again, in nature, we didn't have loud sounds to overcome, except in these rare circumstances. Again, so loud sound is kind of a trick, playing on our evolutionary development with modern tech. And it's a growing problem. This is from, just a short time ago in the New York Times, that noise-induced hearing loss, especially in younger people, is a known problem. According to the CDC, hearing loss is the third most common chronic physical condition in the US, twice as prevalent as diabetes or cancer. And in fact, 1 in 5 persons aged 20 to 29 had audiometric notches, or sections of their hearing frequency range that were damaged or missing. So you've probably heard that we have little hair cells in our ears, and that's how we detect sound. And that's true. And it turns out, though, there's actually 2 different sets of hairs. There's the single row on the top. Those are called the inner hair cells. And those are actually the only hair cells that actually can detect sound. There is a bottom group of hair cells there in that row of 3. And its job is to raise the volume of very, very, very soft sounds to the level where the inner hair cells can detect them. And that was really important. That helped us detect very soft footsteps in the grass far away so we could hear the tiger approaching and knew to run away. Of course, the problem is when these cells get damaged. Once they're damaged, they're gone forever. The different hair cells are sensitive at different frequency ranges. And again, those outer hair cells, which are more fragile than the inner hair cells, they're the ones that amplify the very soft sounds. So they're the first to go. This is, by the way, when people have a hearing loss, they sometimes get annoyed when you try and raise your voice to talk to them. They can actually hear loud sounds very fine, but it's the soft sounds that they have a problem with. And that's where you start to lose speech intelligibility. Being able to tell a f from a s, from a th and a s. These different sounds become the same to somebody who has outer hair cell damage. I thought this would be solved by the time I got old, and turns out I was wrong. Once these cells are damaged, there is no way to fix them. Now, we kind of know this, but despite the fact that we know that we really should listen at a safe level. We just can't quite resist the desire to turn it up to 11 because it's more exciting, because physiologically it can be more exciting. So it's something we have to watch out for and be aware of. That picture's from an Apple Watch. And speaking of your Apple Watch, you may wonder where that came from. I'm sure many of you who have an Apple Watch or an iPhone have found their watch warning them that they're in a loud environment. Maybe you're in a bar that's playing too long with a loud band. That came from work done by the World Health Organization. Back in 2015, the World Health Organization recognized this is a problem. They believe it's a problem that will potentially affect 3 billion people. And in 2015, they started what's called the Make Listening Safe initiative at the World Health Organization. And their purpose was to develop some guidelines and a standard for devices and systems to make the active listening more safe, or at least educate people so that they knew about the systems. And in 2019, they published the WHO ITU H.870 specification guidelines for safe listening devices and systems. And they updated it in 2022. And this is why your iPhone or your Android device will warn you. Both companies have either adopted the standard directly or have features that are very heavily inspired by it. Now, the WHO deliberately left off gaming software and devices. They really just felt they didn't know that space well enough. So I mentioned Patrick earlier. I actually met Patrick out in Geneva at the WHO headquarters for a meeting on this very topic. They specifically wanted to pick up where the work they had left undone in their previous spec that was really designed towards things like iPhones and interactive watches. So over 3 years, they developed the follow-on to that standard called the H.872 standard, published last May, Global Standard for Safe Listening Video Gameplay and Esports. And a question that came up during those 3 years of meetings were, are there things that game developers can do to try and mitigate this as well? And this standard is very much analogous to the previous one adopted by Apple, but for game devices and game software. And they're quite serious about trying to work with the games industry. I had Dr. Shelley Chatta, who heads this initiative up, out to Los Angeles, who spoke briefly at Game SoundCon to discuss the importance of hearing health and so on. So let's take a slight digression just for context here. When we say loud, how loud is loud? So here's some rules of thumb. 25 to 35 dB is a very quiet whisper. That's really being quite quiet. Normal conversation, about 60 to 70 decibels. 60 to 75, you're starting to raise your voice a little bit, speak a little louder. 75 to 85, you're speaking in a very loud voice. You notice it. 85 plus, you really can't have a conversation without really leaning in and almost shouting. And 100 decibels is a bar band. Another way to think of it is if you had headphones delivering sounds to your ears at 85 decibels, if you were wearing those on an airplane, you would think it was too soft and you'd want to turn it up more than that. And we'll talk about why 85 dB is important in a little bit. So the thing about sound exposure is the safety is really defined by how loud for how long a period of time. And we use a volume meter to measure how loud the sound is, usually in decibels. So in a sense, it's very analogous to radiation exposure, right? A Geiger counter measures how much radiation there is, and a person knows that they can be in that much radiation for a certain period of time before things are unsafe. And so the WHO and the ITU have gotten together to determine what are safe listening levels, which again are how loud for how long. And the standard they came up with was 80 decibels for 40 hours per week. So that's 8 hours for a 5-hour day. And so here's an example of that in table form. Now the challenging thing is that every 3 decibels increased halves the amount of time that is safe to listen. So while 80 decibels at 40 hours might be fine, if you bump it up to 89 decibels, that's down to 5 hours a week, or about 40 minutes a day. If you crank it up a little bit more to 95 decibels, that's about 10 minutes a day at 90 decibels is considered safe. So if our players are playing at 80, 85, 90, 95 decibels for more than just a few minutes a day, that technically is not a safe listening environment. Of course, you don't know who will get hearing damage and who won't from loud listening. Some people are fine, some are not. In that sense, it's a very much analogous to this habit, right? You don't know that whether smoking will give a particular person lung cancer. One cigarette probably won't. But some people who smoke are much more likely to get lung cancer. Apple certainly takes this very seriously. Apple knows that they are responsible for delivering sound to your hearing system using a product literally millimeters from your eardrum. They were very heavily involved in both the first spec and the current one about video games. Now, for game developers, this is kind of new for us, right? We never really thought about it too much before. But it actually is pretty close to some things that we've worked on. Loudness standards, listening environments, audio customizability, advanced audio settings, and accessibility. So, when Jenna mentioned this to me, I thought I would go do some looking into see what sorts of things do accessibility experts talk about when they talk about delivering sound in a video game. And I came across Laura Kate Dale's work, which was awesome. She's the editor-in-chief at Accessibility. And so I grabbed some examples from a video that she gave on accessibility. One example is to give some on-screen warnings prior to loud sounds, right? The following gameplay contains loud audio. This is from A Life is Strange. Another is to reduce the dynamic range of audio so that the loud sounds aren't as suddenly loud, like gunfires, explosions in Dragon Age the Veilguard. Chicory, A Colorful Tale has additional sound categories. Maybe you have misophonia and you just don't want to hear wet sounds. So that is starting to look a lot like the Venn diagram for some of the things that we do for hearing safety. Category volume controls, we'll talk about these in a minute. Dynamic range limiting, tinnitus sound effects attenuation, dialogue captions, these sorts of things are very congruent both for accessibility and hearing safety. So let's take a look at what is in the WHO standard. The philosophy is let's inform the player, let's provide player control over the audio experience. This is not designed to be very forceful. It's a very light touch spec. So the WHO requires messaging. For example, at startup, convenient moments in the game, and that, of course, to be effective, notifications or messages should not compromise the gameplay experience. They're very cognizant of that. And include a description of the safe listening features. This is kind of analogous to sometimes, games that have epilepsy warnings and so on. The idea is to just inform the player. Let's have our player base become smarter about this topic. The WHO standard does require category sound volume controls. They declined to leave to specify any details. They thought that would best be left for the game. This is something we're doing most of the time anyway. Those are really the two things that are required to meet the specification. There are some things they recommend as well, standard output levels for games so that different games are approximately the same overall volume level, a headphone safety mode so that if you plug a headphone in the middle of playing a game, you reduce the volume just to make sure you don't accidentally blast the ears out of the person putting the headphones on. And they also recommend that you simply look at your game and think of features that might make the most sense for your particular game. So what are some of those things that we can do? We're a unique art form, and that we can provide some control to our players over their sensory listening experience. It's just like Patrick did that even though he kind of hacked the game to do it. Some of these features, frankly, belong to the audio team, but some of them belong to design, especially when it gets to user experience issues. So here's an example. Let's just put into play if this fits your game, let's implement into the game the kind of thing that Patrick did. Post-death spectating volume. Let the player control that. If they want to set that lower so that the game is softer while they're just spectating that, they can do that. Another example is to avoid the infinite attenuation curves. A lot of game engines use this asymptotic roll-off where the volume never quite gets to zero, and that unintentionally encourages loud headphone listening to boost those very, very soft but never quite zero sounds. This, by the way, is Unity's default volume curve. You can change that with a curve that gets softer as it gets farther away and then goes to zero. In fact, some games have already made this change to avoid that unrealistic, the sound never quite goes away issue, which does not encourage the player to turn up the game quite so much. An example might be adding impulsive sound volume control to specifically cover the level of weapons or explosions or gunshots. So let's give the player some control over that. And of course, some simple listening safety information, either as, for example, as part of the warning while they're playing, before they play the game, or if you have a player health section of your website, add a hearing health section onto it. This is from Bungie's current website. They have a player health section of their website currently talking about photosensitivity and emotional mental health. No reason couldn't easily add information on hearing health there as well. So as far as the Venn diagram goes, I would agree with Jenna, right? Category volume controls, we already do that. Dynamic range limiting, make those loud sounds not so loud. Tinnitus sound effects attenuation, captioning for dialogue, it makes it easier to understand the dialogue. And maybe for hearing safety, we add some granularity in that category volume control, add a little bit of messaging, and then again, think about what specific game-specific things that work for our game actually make sense. So wrapping it up, playing long and loud can be more fun and immersive, but it can be dangerous for our players. And as developers, we have an opportunity to let players mitigate that problem using features that are almost the same as what we were doing already for accessibility or other gameplay reasons, and by helping them become more informed players through some messaging. And probably minor tweaks to some things we're doing can actually make a difference. And again, we are in the best position to provide a safe and immersive experience. Our players should not have to create workarounds. So I've got a call to action. Consider adopting the WHO standard. And that really is, because it's pretty light touch. It's mostly about messaging and information, appropriate volume sliders, and then look for areas of your specific game that would benefit from these safety features. And if you add an interesting hearing safety feature to your game, let us know, by all means. Another call to action is when you think about accessibility, let's start thinking about accessibility and player hearing safety, player sensory safety, kind of in the same breath, because I think they're very closely related topics, especially from how we present control over the sensory experience to our players. Another call to action, if you really want to go the extra mile, is gather some player listening telemetry data. What's the system volume setting? Are they on headphones or speakers? What are their audio preferences settings? How long have they been playing? Things like that. And share the data. Researchers have been looking at video games and hearing for a while, and they have to rely on surveys which are not the most reliable, or lab experiments which tend to have very small sample sizes. They would love some data from actual games, looking at the experiences of actual players. Oh, and by the way, your audio team will love this too. So thanks for watching. Here's some accessibility and player hearing safety resources. This is the website for the WHO Makes Listening Safe initiative. The actual H.872 specification for video games is listed there as well. And frankly, if you just Google Make Listening Safe WHO, you will get this as well. And please, you can reach out to me at hearing@gamesoundcon.com. So thanks very much, and I believe that leaves some time for a few questions.
Now, Brian is in the Discord addressing questions in real time. And I also want to give a shout out because, much like myself, Brian is in the Seattle area. Our local time is 3:15 a.m. So he got up at before 3:15 so that he could be awake online and on the Discord to be answering your questions. One of the things that Brian just put in Discord that I do really want to call out is, we don't have all the information yet. There have been a lot of great questions already where people are talking about, trying to figure out what decibel level the player is hearing at, but as it was called out in Brian's talk, we don't know. Are they using speakers? Do they have headphones? What quality are the headphones? All of these things. But, Brian summed it up perfectly. The basic postulate is that we as game developers can make a meaningful difference even in the absence of perfect information. And it's just like Brian said, as Jenna foretold at the beginning of his talk, that yeah, it is almost a perfect circle, the overlap between player hearing safety features and what is being requested for accessibility. And, you know, like I said, Brian is in there actively responding to things now. I don't know how he is able to keep all this information locked and loaded this early in the morning, but he is doing a fantastic job. Um, of course, this is one of them, as he called out, that you are definitely going to want to send to all of your audio designers, all of your audio engineers. It will be up, and please, like he said, doing this work will make your audio devs happy, and they'll just be so excited that you're thinking of them. So with that, we are going to go into our first half-hour break of the day. So I will see all of you back here at 11:50. So thanks so much and see you on the other side. Hello. Hello, everyone. How was everyone's break? I hope you enjoyed it. I again got myself a little snack. I don't know how to not jump scare people after the breaks. Like, I don't know maybe we can get some like cheaply licensed music, like get stock music from like Pond 5 or something and play that over the break so you'll hear the music stop before I come on. I don't know how to fix this. So, at any rate, welcome back from the break. I hope it was good. So we have coming up our next two talks are actually all kind of focused on UI accessibility. Now, the first one is from one of our um, amazing friends at Unity. She is the accessibility engineer. And if you have missed it, a couple years ago, Unity started supporting screen readers and they've been adding new features, but a lot of people still don't know quite how to use it or how the APIs work. And so I'm really excited to have Bianca come in and tell us all about Unity and their shadow interface to make screen readers work. So let's check it out.
Hi everyone, my name is Bianca. I'm a senior software engineer and Unity's resident expert in all things accessibility. I lead the development of our screen reader support on mobile and desktop platforms. But I want to start somewhere else, a time before I wrote my first line of code. Disability has always been a part of my life. Growing up, I wore glasses. Without them, I couldn't see past my hand. My brother has Down syndrome, and honestly, none of that felt unusual to us. That was just our normal. What did feel unusual was noticing how differently people treated my brother. He found his refuge in games, even though he could never finish any of them because they weren't accessible for him. Unfortunately, his barriers don't have a fix. What has a fix is the level of accessibility in games. Years later, when I joined the accessibility team at Unity, I expected the challenge to be technical. And it was. But the first thing I noticed was that my colleagues didn't know that there's an entire infrastructure sitting underneath every platform, waiting for apps and games to connect to it. I call it the shadow interface. Then I realized our testers had a different problem. They understood what to expect in theory, but they had never used a screen reader before. And once they activated it, they were lost. Today, I'll try to fill this gap on two sides. Developers who aren't aware of what screen readers need from an application, accessibility experts who don't always understand why implementation is genuinely complex. Both sides of the same coin. So here's what I want to do in the next minutes. I'm going to explain to you how screen readers actually work across ecosystems: mobile, desktop, web, and games. I'll tell you about the invisible infrastructure that mobile and desktop platforms have spent more than 25 years building. Then I'll explain what happens when you look at games through that same lens. And what I hope you'll understand is that the gap is real, but it's closing fast, and the tools to close it further have never been better. This talk is not a deep dive into code, APIs, or specifics of how to implement screen reader support. I've already presented an in-depth technical dive into Unity's accessibility APIs at Unite 2025. The presentation is called Reach New Audiences with Accessibility and Localization in Unity 6, and it's available on YouTube. My hope is that this talk becomes something you share with your friends and colleagues, whether they're engineers who've never used a screen reader or accessibility advocates who benefit from a clear picture of why implementation is so cumbersome. This talk aims to be a bridge between both sides. You build an app. Maybe it's a mobile app or desktop tool, or maybe it's a game. You've spent months on the user experience. every button, every menu, every animation tuned to feel just right. You ship it. But here's something almost no one tells you during development. The moment your app starts, the operating system builds a second version of your entire interface. A parallel structure, a simplified, organized description of every element on the screen. What it is, what it's called, what state it's in, and what a user can do with it. This shadow interface exists on most platforms you can think of: iOS, Android, Windows, Mac, and web, to name a few. If you're a developer, you've probably never seen it unless you intentionally looked for it. I know I haven't. For the accessibility experts, most assistive technologies rely on it, but you may have never understood how it works. And if you're building games, and this is the part that matters most for this crowd, your engine has probably been ignoring it entirely for a very long time. Today, I hope I'll be able to make this invisible layer visible for everyone. Screen readers are just one consumer of the shadow interface. Many assistive technologies draw from the exact same accessibility hierarchy. Build it well once, and all of them benefit. Break it, and every single one of them breaks in its own way. Refreshable braille displays sit at the end of a chain. The screen reader queries the hierarchy, formats the output into dot patterns, and pushes it to the display. A button without an accessible label renders nothing. Speak screen and select to speak pull text from your hierarchy's values, not from pixels. When your label says one thing and the screen says another, the user hears words that don't match what they're looking at. Hover text magnifies what's under the cursor reading from the accessibility hierarchy, not optical character recognition. If your text lives in pixels rather than hierarchy nodes, it does not exist. Switch control auto-scans through your hierarchy node by node, one switch press per element. Every element you fail to group makes the navigation path longer. Eye tracking resolves gaze coordinates against the hierarchy to identify what the user is looking at. If an element is not marked as accessible, gaze-based snap to item cannot find it. Zoom with follow focus subscribes to focus events in the hierarchy to move the magnified viewport. When focus lands on an inaccessible element, the viewport doesn't move. The element is invisible until the user manually scrolls to find it. Voice control maps spoken commands directly to accessible names. Say, click submit, and voice control scans the hierarchy for an interactive element named submit. An icon-only button with no label forces the user to say, show numbers, locate a numeric overlay, and say, click 14. 3 steps instead of 1. One hierarchy, 7 technologies. The same missing label, the same wrong order, each produces a different failure. That's the real cost of an incomplete or missing hierarchy. It's not one broken experience, it's at least 7. Now, let's start with the core idea, as everything else builds on it. When you open an application, the operating system doesn't just render pixels. It also constructs a data model of the interface, a hierarchy of elements where each element represents something meaningful. A button, a heading, a text field, a slider, and so on. Each node carries a set of properties. A role, what is this thing? A name, what is it called? A state, is it checked, expanded, disabled? A value, what the current number on this slider is, and more. This is called the accessibility hierarchy. And it's the actual interface that screen readers and other assistive technologies consume. Not the pixels, not the visual layout, the hierarchy. This is worth sitting with for a second because it reframes everything. A screen reader is not reading your actual screen. I know, the name on the tin doesn't match what's in the can. It's actually reading a structured description of your screen that the operating system maintains in parallel. If that description is empty, if you don't feed it, the screen reader has nothing to say. Most people, the first time they imagine a screen reader, picture someone listening to the entire screen read top to bottom. Nobody uses a screen reader like this. That would be like reading a website starting at the logo and reading every word through the footer. It doesn't make sense, so nobody does that. On desktop, screen readers like NVDA and JAWS operate in something called browse mode. They create a linear text version of the interface and then give the user single key shortcuts to jump through it structurally. Press H and then jump to the next heading. Press B to the next button. Press F to the next form field. Press 1 through 6 and you jump to a specific heading level. According to the WebAIM Screenreader user survey, more than 70% of screenreader users navigate by headings first when looking for information. They're scanning structure, not listening linearly. On iOS, VoiceOver users navigate by swiping right and left to move between elements. But the game changer is the rotor, activated by rotating 2 fingers on the screen. The rotor lets you pick a navigation category, headings, links, form controls, and then swipe up and down to jump through only those elements. It's like a drill-down filter for the interface. On Android, TalkBack uses a similar model. Swipe right or left to navigate, double tap to activate, and reading controls, a 3-finger swipe, let you cycle through navigation categories. Here's the point. Screenreader users are power users. They're navigating at speech rates of up to 800 or even 1200 words per minute, more than 5 times the normal human speech. They know their tools in and out. Almost 60% self-rate as advanced users. The bottleneck is almost never the user. It's almost always the quality of the data in the accessibility hierarchy. If your headings are wrong, heading navigation is useless. If your buttons are unlabeled, button navigation announces nothing. Screenreaders are precise. They just need accurate data. Here's where it gets interesting or frustrating for developers. Every operating system agrees that this shadow interface should exist, yet each one built its own version of the plumbing. On Windows, the history goes back to 1997 with the world's first platform accessibility API called MSAA, Microsoft Active Accessibility. In 2006, that evolved into iAccessible 2, an open standard led by IBM. Wait, it gets even better. Then Microsoft introduced UI automation. Today, screenreaders like JAWS and NVDA primarily use iAccessible 2 when talking to browsers and many desktop applications, while Narrator uses UI automation. 2 APIs, same platform, doing roughly the same job. On macOS, Apple introduced the NS Accessibility Protocol in 2002. Apple Screenreader queries your application's interface element by element. It asks, what elements do you have? What are their attributes? On iOS, the system is built on the UI Accessibility Protocol. Every element can declare itself accessible with a property called isAccessibilityElement. It exposes a label, a set of traits, which is Apple's word for role encoded as a set of flags, and a value. When something changes dynamically, the app posts a notification and VoiceOver announces the change. This is the iOS equivalent of a live region on the web. On Android, TalkBack is built on the Accessibility Service class. It receives accessibility event objects whenever the UI changes and queries the view through accessibility node info objects. Content descriptions, state flags, bounds, available actions, all structured data. And on the web, the same principle applies, just with the browser acting as the middleman. When a browser loads a page, it doesn't just build a DOM. It builds a parallel accessibility tree derived from the DOM but stripped of visual noise and enriched with semantic information. A button element automatically maps to the button role. A nav becomes a navigation landmark. Screenreaders like NVDA and JAWS consume that tree, not the page you see. This is actually the version of the shadow interface most developers have at least heard of, and it follows exactly the same pattern as every native platform. The browser builds the tree, the screenreader reads it. The developer's job is to make sure the tree has branches and leaves. Each platform has its own quirks. More platforms, more implementations. One shared principle. The OS, or in the web's case, the browser, maintains a parallel structure description of every interface, and assistive technologies read the description, not the pixels. For the accessibility experts, this is why implementation is genuinely complex. It's not that developers don't care, it's that make it accessible means learning a different API on every platform you ship to, each with its own quirks, its own naming convention, and its own model of how to describe the same button. For developers, this is why accessibility experts get frustrated. The infrastructure exists. The screenreaders are sophisticated. The missing piece is almost always the data you route feeds to the operating system. Let's look at how the shadow interface has evolved over the past few decades. Desktop platforms set the tone and have been improving this infrastructure for more than 25 years. Windows has had accessibility API since 1997. Any native Windows application built with standard Win32 controls, Windows Presentation Foundation, or WinUI gets baseline accessibility wired in. macOS apps built with AppKit get voiceover support through enhanced accessibility. The developer has to do some work, labeling custom views, managing focus for complex widgets, but the foundation is there. The screen reader ecosystem on desktop is mature and competitive. NVDA, a free open source screen reader built by two blind developers who met as teenagers at a music camp in Australia, is now used by over 250,000 people in 175 countries. JAWS, the longtime commercial leader, remains the enterprise standard. Together, they cover the vast majority of desktop screen reader usage. These tools have had decades to mature, and their users had decades to develop expert-level navigation skills. But here's the key insight. All of that infrastructure, all of those navigation patterns, all of that user expertise, it all depends on one thing. The application has to fit structured data to the operating system. The APIs exist, the screen readers exist, the users exist. The only variable is whether the developer populates the accessibility hierarchy. I want to give you a picture of what it looks like when a platform innovates, because it's truly impressive. In 2009, Apple shipped VoiceOver on the iPhone 3GS. At the time, the idea of a blind person using a touchscreen was considered essentially impossible. There's no physical feedback, no raised buttons, no tactile landmarks. Apple's answer was radical. They built a complete gesture vocabulary on top of the touch interface. Swipe right for the next element, double tap to activate it. Explore by dragging your finger across the screen and hearing each element announced as your finger passes over it. It's been working like a charm ever since. Today, iOS VoiceOver accounts for over 70% of mobile screen reader usage. A blind person can walk into a store, buy a phone, turn it on, and set it up with little to no sighted help. But here's the thing developers need to understand. This works because iOS has a contract with app developers. If you use native iOS elements, buttons, labels, switches, your app gets accessibility for free. The system knows what a UI button is. It knows the role, derives the name from its title, and tracks its state. Your app is usable with little to no development effort. Android works the same way with its standard view system. Use a standard button, and TalkBack knows it's a button. Use a standard checkbox, and TalkBack announces whether it's checked. There's a clear contract between platform providers and the app developers. Use the native components, and the accessibility hierarchy is populated automatically. When developers break this contract by drawing custom UI elements as raw graphics, by building their own button from a rectangle and a touch handler, the accessibility hierarchy gets an empty node, or no node at all. The screen reader goes silent. Not because the screen reader failed, but because nobody told the system what was on the screen. This contract matters. And it's the contract that most game engines, until very recently, have never participated in. Let's talk about games. I want to start by being honest about why this is hard, because I think the conversation gets better when both sides understand the genuine technical challenge. A typical mobile or desktop app is often built with standard UI components, buttons, lists, text fields, navbars. The OS knows what these are and populates the accessibility hierarchy itself. A typical game renders a single surface of pixels. A Unity game, an Unreal game, a Godot game, they take over the screen and draw everything themselves. To the operating system, your entire game, every menu, character, piece of inventory, health bar, is one big set of pixels. It's a single image. The OS has no idea what's inside it. This is the fundamental difference. When a game engine draws a button, it's not a system button. It's a texture that looks like button painted on the screen. To the OS, there's nothing there but pixels. So when a screen reader user launches your game, here's what they hear. Nothing. Or possibly the title of the window. But none of the menus, the options, or the UI elements are announced, because none of them are in the accessibility hierarchy. This is a structural gap, and closing it requires the developer or the game engine to intentionally bridge the gap between the game's UI system and the operating system's accessibility APIs. For the accessibility experts, this is why saying a screen reader support doesn't translate the same way for games as it does for apps. For apps, the native components do most of the heavy lifting. For games, there are no system native components. Every piece of the bridge has to be built. This is generally an exciting time. At Unity, we shipped native screen reader support for iOS and Android in Unity 6.0, and in Unity 6.3, we extended the support to native screen readers on Windows and Mac. For the first time, a Unity developer can feed UI information into the operating system's accessibility hierarchy across mobile and desktop platforms without building the bridge themselves for each platform. Through our accessibility APIs, Unity now empowers developers to make this transition. Steve Saylor put it best. In his words, building something like that from scratch has to be decided upon early in development, so you have the time and resources allocated to make it properly. Having it in engine can mean the heavy lifting is done for you, and the cost of time and resources now is significantly lower. Well said, Steve. Console platforms are building infrastructure too. In 2025, both Nintendo and Valve introduced system-level screen readers on their platforms. The PlayStation 5 has a screen reader that's been expanding steadily since 2020. Xbox has had screen reader built into the consoles for more than a decade. The Xbox accessibility guidelines lay out exactly what screen narration should do. Read menu text, announce interactive elements with their name, role, and state, and narrate context changes. That language, name, role, and state, is the exact same vocabulary that the accessibility hierarchy uses on every other platform. The concepts are converging. There are the games that aren't waiting for engine support. They're building it themselves and proving what's possible. Diablo 4 shipped with over 50 accessibility features. Blind players have defeated the game's hardest boss using only audio cues. Diablo's lead accessibility designer set the tone. In his words, the only limitation to adventuring in Sanctuary should be interest, not capability. Blizzard built a dedicated accessibility team, brought in the community for testing, and treated accessibility as a design pillar from early development. Ubisoft introduced the memory shards feature, and other studios are creating amazing and innovative features. Naughty Dog's The Last of Us Part 2 shipped with more than 60 accessibility settings. Marvel's Spider-Man 2 includes over 80. Over the last years, competition for prizes at the Game Accessibility Conference Awards has become fierce. These are the AAA studios proving that comprehensive accessibility at scale is achievable and commercially successful. What our team at Unity aims to do is democratize accessibility development by lowering the bar for creators so that every Unity developer can make their game screen reader compatible. Let's zoom out from individual games and look at the ecosystem. The Accessible Games Initiative, launched in 2025, created standardized accessibility feature tags that digital game stores have already started adopting. 700 games on the PlayStation Store now carry accessibility tags. Steam also added accessibility tags. Players can now filter from games with the features they need: screen reader support, audio cues, remappable controls, before buying. The infrastructure layer that mobile and desktop platforms built years ago is now arriving to games. Discoverability, standardization, and platform-level tools. Is the gap closed? Not yet. Most games still render their entire interface as pixels with no connection to the accessibility hierarchy. Most game engines still require significant developer effort to make screen reader support work. But the trajectory is clear. In 2020, if you wanted screen reader support in a Unity game, you needed to use a third-party plugin that implemented screen reader-like behavior into the game, bypassing native screen readers. In 2025, Unity's accessibility APIs are the bridges to narrator, voiceover, and talkback. That's a significant leap from build it all yourself to the engine has the plumbing. I promised this talk would be something you could share with your team. So let me make that concrete. If you're a developer who's never worked with a screen reader, the single most important thing I've told you is that the operating system already has a structured interface waiting for your data. You don't need to build a screen reader. You don't need to invent a new paradigm. You need to tell the OS what your UI elements are, their role, name, and state, using whatever APIs your platform provides. In Unity, this means the accessibility API is shipping from Unity 6. The infrastructure is arriving. What you need to do is to use it. If you're an accessibility expert, the thing I hope you take away is a clear picture of why games have lagged behind apps. It's not that developers ignore accessibility out of apathy, though some do. It's that the structural bridge between game engines and operating system accessibility APIs simply did not exist until very recently. When you're working with a game team, the most productive thing you can do is help them understand what the operating system expects. Roles, names, state, values. Meet them halfway. If you're a studio lead or a producer, the cost argument has flipped. Retrofitting accessibility into a shipped game is roughly 6 times more expensive than building it in from the start. The legal landscape has been shifting over the years, but the strongest argument isn't legal. It's that the tools are better than they've ever been, the engine support is real, and the disabled player community is large. Let me take you back to where we started. You build an app or a game. You spend months on user experience. Every button, every menu, every animation. When you open it, the operating system quietly creates a second version of your interface, a structured description that should be filled in. On desktop, that shadow interface has been present for over 25 years, powering a community of expert users navigating at more than 500 words per minute. On iOS, it has powered a revolution in 2009. A blind person could use a touchscreen for the first time, something that everyone said was impossible. In games, that shadow interface has mostly been empty, a single set of pixels and mostly silence. But it's not staying that way. The consoles are building the infrastructure. The engines are slowly building the bridge. The developers in this audience are building the games. So here's what I'm asking you to do. Share this talk with your team. Share with the accessibility expert who's struggling to understand why implementation is complex. Share with the developer who's never touched a screen reader. Start the conversation. The shadow interface is there. Are you going to fill it in? The tools to say yes have never been better than they are now. Together, we can do more. Please feel free to reach me on LinkedIn at Bianca-Stana. The amazing community of accessibility experts has been improving people's lives every day, and I'm genuinely happy to be part of it. For millions, games remain inaccessible. Let's change that together.
What an amazing talk. I think one of the things that everyone in Discord was saying that they really appreciated was making the bridge between accessibility experts who didn't understand why game devs were struggling and game devs being able to explain that very solution and understand why it was so important. And now we understand why accessibility experts might be frustrated when they're like, well, why don't you have it yet? Because everywhere else the work has been done. Um, you know, as Bianca said, everyone had built their own plumbing for this, right? And so it's been a challenge. But as she also said, it's never been easier to start getting all of this set up and all of this working. Now, it's also really important to go back to some of the very first things that she highlighted in this talk, that screen reader users have been using this technology for years. They have developed expertise, and they are using it in a way that those of us who don't use them regularly don't fully comprehend. They are using this at very, very quick speeds. They're super users. They are listening to this at, I think she said, 8 times faster than normal human conversation. And when they hit an issue, it's not that they have failed as users, it's that, again, we haven't given the shadow interface the information that it needed. And, with the upcoming, changes that are happening across platforms, as we get better at understanding screen readers, we'll be able to do more and create even better experiences. Like she said, again, it's literally never been easier to do this work. But again, it's literally 6 times more expensive to retrofit it. So start thinking about it today. That is the most important and the biggest takeaway. So with that, we will have a 10-minute break and we will be back for our first panel of the day. So see you soon. Welcome back, everyone. So, one thing that I did want to call out is that Bianca did share in Discord. She announced Unity is launching a dedicated accessibility section to the Unity manual available now. So, you heard it here first, right at the Game Accessibility Conference. So, as I have said before, we always have two panels at GaConf. One is from the view of players and their needs and their experiences, and the other is from developers. So today, for day two, we are going to be having a conversation about accessibility and UI and how they interact and the unique challenges and solutions that we can come up with. Now, I'm going to call out ahead of time. This talk did go 15 minutes over. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Uh, so what we are going to do is let it run the full hour and then shorten lunch to just 45 minutes. So wanted to give everyone a heads up before we got started. But that being said, it is a fantastic panel and you're definitely going to enjoy it. Let's check it out.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to our GaConf panel on accessibility in UI. We're going to talk about how accessibility fits into UI practice today and the kinds of features and processes that have worked well for us, some of the harder challenges that we faced, and how we feel the wider industry is improving in this space. I'll start by introducing myself and then I'll ask the rest of the panel to introduce themselves before we get on to our first topic. So I'm Dave. I am the Associate Lead Engineer on the UI team at Rare. I've been working at Rare for 5 years, working on Sea of Thieves, which is a pirate action-adventure game that celebrated its 8th birthday last month. And my background is using web technologies to not make websites, such as making web games and, of course, making UI in Sea of Thieves. Hannah, would you like to go next?
I'm Hannah. I'm a senior technical UI designer and I work at Rebellion. I previously worked on Sniper Elite 5 and Atomfall. And in my role, I design and implement UI features in Engine. I've been working in UI for 5 years now, and some of the accessibility features I've worked on are things like text scaling, colorblind modes, contrast features, and controller rebindings.
Ellie?
Hi everyone, I'm Elisabetta. I'm a senior UI designer and I work for Ubisoft. I started my journey with Anno 1800 console, where I met my wonderful team, and together with the UI team and the rest of the Anno team, we started the new journey for the new game that is Anno 117 Pax Romana, where I worked as UI designer, but I had also one of my main focus in accessibility. And I'm so happy to meet you all.
Nice to meet you too. And Chloe.
Hi, I'm Chloe, or some people call me OE for short. I'm a UX designer. I previously worked at Ubisoft and Atom Hawk, but primarily with a company called Auroch while I was at Atom Hawk because we were outsourcing. But recently, about a year ago, I went freelance and independent. So now I work primarily on indie games at the minute, mostly on a game called Denture Tech, which I believe won't be out yet when GaConf happens, so wishlist it. And I've worked in accessibility since I was at university and now the whole time I've been in games. And I know this is a UI panel and I am primarily a UX designer, but since I've gone independent, I've been doing much more just like specific UI work. So please accept me onto the panel.
You're very welcome. So on to the first topic then. So how do you work with accessibility within your team or independently? How do you fit that into your workflow? Chloe, sorry.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been in quite a few different team structures with this. Obviously, when you're at Ubisoft, they have established pipelines and some extent of things built out. And then at Auroch, it was that, but a bit less, with them being slightly smaller. And now that I'm on Indies, it's a lot different. Usually, one of the main services I'm providing to a team is my experience with accessibility. So although it is a shared responsibility among the team, often I'm providing some of that like expertise or some of that knowledge base, or so a lot of it is coming from me in these situations, though not strictly, of course. But at the moment on DentureTac, we've also been very fortunate to work with Playtest Cloud in having some accessibility playtesting done on the game. So a lot of the kind of findings and focus and priorities is coming from that playtest stuff, which would be something I would encourage a team of any size to try and incorporate. Even if you can't do a proper, strict, expensive kind of playtest for accessibility, there is some ways that you can be incorporating actual disabled people's feedback into your work.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's for me, it's accessibility is very much a Sea of Thieves. The game I work on is a live service game, so it's not tied to one release or one delivery point. We're always shipping things season after season, and so accessibility kind of fits into an ongoing delivery model. We tend to work very closely with the design team, UI wise, working primarily in Figma, but then using it as a basis to have discussions around the screen structure, navigation, clarity, readability, and also consistency with 8 years worth of other UI. On the development side, we do try to make this accessibility visible as an active bit of work. So it's not just a bit done at the end, we will put in tasks into our ticket system so that we are going to work on things like narration. It's not good enough for a feature to just be there, it needs to be accessible. There is also a cross-discipline group within Rare that meets regularly that discusses both internal features along discussing wider industry activities. Yeah, improvements aren't, as you said, aren't just about one person or one team. They're very much a collaborative experience, and for larger features, you need multiple disciplines to make that work and implement it as well. I guess one advantage of being a live service game here is we don't necessarily have to fit in a feature to a certain release. We can have an idea and then think about it and then fit it into the right moment that it gets released. Hannah, how does that fit in with the way you work with accessibility with your team?
Yeah, I was gonna say very similar, David, with how there's different champions in different teams, so we try and spread it out as well, because we can do it in UI, but it's always a shared process of everyone's expertise involved in it. The way our structure kind of works is for each project, I usually work in a small UI team that changes between projects. So they usually consist of 3 to 4 people, a mix of designers, artists, and UI leads. The benefit of having small teams is we get to have rapid iteration with accessibility solutions, which is nice. Communication can be really tight when it's a small team and we're all really informed, which is nice. And then when we shift teams, I find it a really nice process because you get to share your learnings within the next bundle of UI people, and you usually find accessibility barriers that I encountered before in Adamfall. I can see them early in our next projects, and I can be like, oh, we can use this solution. So I find it by knowledge sharing, we also speed up next processes for other projects. But yeah, we're not alone. By having a small team, it also makes it easier for us to be informed, but then us to also like go out and talk to the other departments and work with them on specific features and keep collaboration like really nice between everyone. We like to try and keep accessibility in mind when we're creating a feature. So to do this, we usually like try and collaborate often with our engine coders, our project coders, and system designers to create like robust, streamlined features where everyone's in the loop. We try and create like loose guidelines that everyone can follow, so we can all help each other out. Like we try and discuss with design, could you maybe make the titles short or have a little bit of a loose character limit on those, but don't worry about descriptions. We're accounting for those in overflow list boxes and stuff like that. So just lots of collaboration with everyone, and that's like how we work.
The size of text, the bane of every UI designer's existence, especially with languages. What about you, Ellie?
Yes, so it's kind of similar to all your processes. For us, we started with the research phase, so we looked at 1800, which is our previous title. We identified where the players struggled, listened to their feedback. We tried to better understand what the player needs when it interacts with a complex system like Anno, and then we pinpoint those elements and we actioned it. Therefore, for us is really like a collaborative effort, a little bit like Hannah said. All the team has to enter in this process, and we tried to tackle every issue as much as we could, addressing it through design decision rather than relying on predefined solutions or option. So for us is looking for unintended frictions, for barriers, and try to remove them right at the very beginning of the process during the design phase, instead of waiting and see later. Of course, that's not possible with all the barriers, but at least that's how we work. So during the wireframe phase, during even the design phase, we try to intercept the blockers and try to change the design to make it functional for everyone, so that everyone can enjoy it. And yeah, so it really involves the entire team, but we as UI designer, we always try to push it and to take over those elements that are ours, like as you all mentioned, the font size is something that is a big issue and a big topic, and that one is UI specific, so we try to tackle it right at the beginning, said okay, we will not go lower than dot pixels. So hard for sure, very rewarding in the end, and extremely fun.
You mentioned there about trying to start early on. Are there any features or processes that have especially worked well for you? Hannah, sorry.
Yes, I'm trying to think what one in particular. The way we kind of try and structure our features is, for processes, we like to try and maintain what we already had in our previous title and then improve them in the next one. This means like we want to build upon the accessibility features, and then that way we're always moving forward, rather than just like potential going backwards is always forwards. When we had Antonio Martinez do an accessibility review of Sniper Elite 5, it was a really lovely moment to see someone really appreciate how we structure UI and inputs. And he liked that every interaction could be done for mouse as it could be for keyboard and Sniper. So that all stuck in my mind from that point forward, to actually see the impact and be like, we need to do this for next projects, it always keeps in my mind then. For improvements, I mentioned if we had a control rebinding scheme that was quite loose then, or like not what we had in Atomfall. But he mentioned not having any hard-coded keys, because we know it can be kind of hard with conflicts and stuff, that we might be like, okay, you can change this, but you can't change these other things. So going forward in Atomfall, we maintained like the flexible navigation system. So we always kept in mind, can you do everything on controller? Can you do everything in keyboard? And can you do everything on mouse independently from each other? And with the improvements of the rebinding screen, we allowed for like full rebinding of the game and the menus, which was really good. But I think the only exception case was the back button, because we had a caveat where if the player confirms all the inputs, how do they back out of the pop-up box that appears? So that one we definitely in future want to like look towards. But it's those things that when we have more time in the future, we can look at that in the next project and be like, okay, how can we make it better? Also, the amount of inputs I didn't realize a keyboard had when I was working on this new system. I think there is actually like 20 F keys that I did not know. But luckily, we had coders that had massive keyboards, and they were like, don't forget F20. Like, okay. So it was good fun.
What about you, Ellie? What have your successes been?
I think that for us, one of the most things that we are proud of is how we listen to our players when in 1800 said, and we're very vocal in saying that there was a bit of recurring cognitive load and a bit of anxiety gave by the time pressure of the system that Anno was providing. We had quests with timers while you were placing your buildings. There were things going on, incident, fire, hell going, like terrible things. And that's why we said, okay, we listen to you. We got it. And therefore we introduced with 117 the active pause. So now the players can just pause the game and navigate it with their own pace. They can place buildings, they can read things with their own pace, they can navigate meta menus, and all these actions will not have an impact on the game because the game is paused. There will be no notifications, there will be no incident because the game is indeed paused, but they can still place blueprint for the building and then having them build after they resume the game, which I think is very nice. I was as well one of those people who was feel a bit overwhelmed by 1800. It's a wonderful game. I loved it and I still love it, but that part where you're building something else happening for some people is challenging. We can't deny it. So I think that we are very proud of it. And another proud that we bring is directly from the UI team. So of course I am very attached to it, and is the UI scaling. UI scaling is a crafted system that allows the player to as the word says, scale up or down the entire UI. This system does not rely only on scaling the text and scaling the icons, but the interface itself, we will react on it, will get bigger or smaller, and so it's a little bit complex, more complex than simply text and icon scaling. Everything will reorganize itself based on the selected scale and also based on the controller input. So even when you are playing on a PC, when you're using mouse and keyboard, the UI will be mouse and keyboard, but as soon as you touch your controller, if you didn't change it in the option, the UI will change and will be the controller one, which we are really proud of. And of course, is the pride of the UI team, but we have to absolutely say thank you to also the programmer that made it possible, our UI programmers, those saints. They really did an amazing job, and I hope that our players will love it as much as we loved it.
I always enjoy the programmers getting praised.
Without you, we will not be able to do much, you know, like every single person in the team is absolutely fundamental for the game. There is no person who's not absolutely fundamental for the game.
And we need designs, or else it would be very basic and functional. So yeah, it works both ways, definitely. How about you, Chloe?
Yeah, it's great hearing about the very impressive impressive things you guys have been doing towards accessibility in your UI. I think that over the last year, a lot of the big successes I've had or seen teams have has been a lot more of the like foundational stuff. Certainly working with some like tiny teams, like obviously indie projects are like completely varied, you know. So some indie projects are completely pushing that like new innovative stuff, but a lot of the ones I've been on in the last year have been more about really securing those fundamentals, and I think it's important to really bring attention to how important those things are as well. So I was fortunate that like on Dench Attack, for example, when I came in about a year ago, all of the text is like pretty huge. All of it is like yellow and black high contrast, and it was kind of already there for like most of the way in terms of that stuff. But I've been on other projects with some like tiny teams where maybe they don't have that experience or background, where just getting them to be like, you need to have those font sizes bigger. You need to have like an icon on this. You can't just use color and things like that. And having those conversations and getting some of them to align with some of those things and commit to doing them has been some of the bigger successes, because I think there can be a fear that like, if you can't do it perfect, you might as well not do it at all. Or if you can't do something innovative, like, why are we trying? When it's like, hey, no, doing like the big ticket items are like some of the most like, you know, you should still be doing those things, even if on this project you can't commit the way you would like to. It's all gonna like build on with every other game you do and build your audience and build your expertise and your experience with it. So processes, things I do for processes like this would be when you do your like competitor analysis or benchmarking, making sure that you're not benchmarking inaccessible games. Like, you might like it, you might think the art style's cool, but have you actually considered like, are these things that we want to be inheriting? Like, because they probably aren't accessible, especially if you're benchmarking games from the 2000s or something because you loved them when you were younger. Maybe it doesn't mean that those things are up to what are today's standards. Playing your own game in black and white or with other kind of colorblind filters on, like Ubisoft provided the open source tool that allows you to play your game in with 3 different colorblind and I think there's 3 and then the black and white mode as well. So like just doing that on a like semi-regular basis, and also, yeah, like we've said, expecting all your strings to be twice as long as you want them to be and not finding that out once you go through localization quality. As currently going through that right now, and yeah, painful. So it happens to the best of us. But yeah, some of those successes and breakthroughs with some teams around just some of the foundational stuff has been a lot of my work in the last year. What about yourself?
First of all, a little dev trick I would give is create a fake language that just doubles all the text automatically.
Well, that's not a bad idea.
Then you've got English, then a fake language, and then you can automatically and easily have very rough line breaks at roughly the right time, and you don't have to wait for localization to kind of see how big things you get. So I guess a feature I'll talk about that we released last year was custom text overlay. and it's a configurable text box that appears in game when there's some in-world text to read that's stylized. For example, when you have a map and it's got a riddle on it, it's actually written in handwriting, which is very beautiful, but it can be hard to read for some people. And so the idea was to provide a text box to be able to configure, to be able to make that easy to read. It started quite interestingly because it was a developer who wasn't on the UI team, just asking a bit of advice of if something was possible, and then them going away and hacking together a proof of concept both into the UI and into the game. And then when we had time to come and start working on it, we kind of already could see from the proof of concept that there'll be a lot of benefit to players. And some of the first questions were around what does the player need at the end? Because whenever you listen to people at Special Effect give talks, they're all about giving players choice, let them decide how they want things to look. The more options they have, the more chance they're going to be to find things usable. So you're looking at the size of the text, the color of the text and the background. But then we were looking at things like the size of the box. By default, it takes up the middle of the screen, but some people might want to take up the whole screen and sacrifice seeing the game to be able to read the big text. Some may just want it as a little helper so it can go into the corner. The thing we saw with that was when we were creating the options to configure it was we had to make a preview area, trying to describe the rest of the settings and see if these are pretty much just described. But because this was a visual thing, we had to show players when you make this change to the text side, here is how it's actually going to look in game. Here are the actual colors. And if they chose colors that weren't the great contrast wise, we could let them know and warn them. The other angle, apart from the players, was like the technical side of things, which was what text might we receive? What's the worst case scenario when someone has configured the smallest box with the largest text, and we've got the largest bit of text coming in from the game? How are we going to manage that? In an 8-year-old game, how do we even find out what the longest piece of text that could come in a riddle could be? And then thinking about, do we scroll this? Do we paginate it? And there was also the wanting to make this functionality for the game team as well, so that they can add it to riddles now, but in the future, when they're creating new features, it's easy to add this functionality, or even over time, retroactively fit it to existing pieces of UI, so our game can become more accessible over time.
That's really
I like-
interesting, though. Yeah, that's
Yeah, sorry,
really
I was equally like, yeah.
Yeah. Please
Sorry.
continue. Sorry. You see, we were all like, "Oh, so cool."
Well, if you insist, topic 3 is the standout challenges and what would we do differently. And yeah, I guess I'll talk about some of the challenges we've had with the custom text overlay from a programmer point of view, because this was running in the game and we wanted this to be a smooth experience for players. People using accessibility options should get exactly the same smooth experience that people not using them should get. So initially, we decided that when the game could send us paragraphs of text, the UI would clear any text it had and would create the paragraphs of text ourselves, which worked, but it meant every time we were showing the box, it was a 1-frame hitch, which is only a 1-frame hitch, but that's also a 1-frame hitch, and we want to do better than that. So we ended up having to sacrifice a bit of the nice, neat code and readability of the code to actually, when the game sends us some text, we just stick it all into one big text box. and then find ways of breaking things visually inside of it so that we're just reusing a bit of text rather than creating new elements each time. The other side was around, we always really wanted to have which font to use be an option for players. We really push hard for it, but we're an 8-year-old game and we are made to work on a very wide variety of hardware. And so we already have trade-offs in the game so that we can have language support like Chinese, Japanese, Korean, where the character sets are much bigger in memory. And we actually kind of decrease a little bit of memory available to the game to allow these fonts to be there. And when we try to make this other font be available in the overlay, the memory usage was just too high. The sacrifices were too much for the core game experience, which was frustrating. We need that font to always be there and loaded so that you didn't get the hitches when you popped it in. So we did look at ways of getting it working, but unfortunately we couldn't. So, but it was felt like there's already a huge benefit to this feature as it is. That can be a nice thing to look at in the future if we can. But yeah, performance trade-offs exist in accessibility as well as in game.
Yeah, definitely. I was gonna say like choice is power, and you're giving the player so much choice with that feature. But you're also designing it with previews, so it's very like user friendly and encouraging for them to know exactly what they can do. Which is like really nice and so important. I think we're trying to do as many previews as possible in our options, just so people are like as well informed as they can be. But yeah, I could maybe talk about a challenge that I've like maybe faced.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I was just, Chloe, you saying about how if it's not perfect, why try? Like that's like I 100% get what you mean. It's such like a good statement because when we were doing 200% text scaling, when we first put up our font to like 104 pixels, it was like very big and it was a lot, and we've seen all the edge cases and it can be like worrying, and you're like, can we do this? But I think the main thing is it's important to try, because it's always like the step forward and it will eventually get better, and it's okay if it's not perfect. And I think we definitely had to say that, because with art and design, it'd be like, oh, but this doesn't quite look how it looks in 100%. Well, it might not with the time we have, but we might as well try. So I think we did set like a rule of at 100%, we will make it as close to the visual identity of the art as we can. And then everything above that, we'll try our best, but really we want to make it functional, because the whole point is to get more players to be able to play the game. And if we don't do this, then they won't be able to even see it in the first place. So I think methods for us doing it was definitely working out description. So coming back to descriptions, we all love text and the size of it and stuff. I think I worked closely with our senior artist, and he would make the mock-up, and then I would implement it, and then we would whack it up to 200% and see where the edge cases are, and then he'd be like, right, okay, he'd go back and then he'd maybe remodel the screen to see what way we can do it differently to make it easier to scale. And then another thing was, I mentioned earlier about with design, obviously the shorter the better, but that's not really possible. So it's more, what rules can we make so they still keep the integrity of like narrative in their descriptions, they're not losing anything out. So I think a key thing was, I mentioned item names in the inventory, try and keep them short, 2 lines if possible, so we can account for that in the UI. But descriptions in our layouts, we're usually always going to provide a lot of space. I think we said, where's the infinity, where's the overflow point? I think there's certain cases where you might have 2 overflows, like options, where you have a big list of options and you also have big description. Then you might need to use stuff like auto scrollers then. But obviously try and limit them too much, because you don't want too much cognitive overload. So that you're just pick different things in the toolbox that would fit for the type of screen that we were doing. So for the inventory, a lot of the screen was like, its visual thing is you can see the things in the inventory, like you can physically see the guns. They're very big and they're easy and nice to drag and also click on and navigate. But there's not a lot of room for text, so we shifted to using a pop-up box. So we use contextual, like a tool of contextual.
The UI panel is experiencing some technical difficulties. Please hold.
And by the magic of a Zoom call cutting out and then us restarting it, we shall continue in perhaps slightly different positions on camera. Would you like to continue, Hannah?
Yes. I may like repeat the last thing I said just so I can get my just where I was. But I was just talking about examples of how we kind of tackled text scaling in different senses. So in the inventory, we had a lot of visual space for the items to be, so not a lot of space for where the overflow text would be for the description of those items. So we shifted to using pop-up boxes over the items that were contextual. And later on, people in the dev team actually really did like it, that we kept it as pop-up boxes, because I did sometimes I would do like media queries in web where you can detect how much the player has changed the text scaling, and then I would change the screen slightly to be like, okay, have the description in the bottom right with a little list box, and then when it goes over 120, then change it to be pop-up boxes on the items, because that loads of space. Then you have loads and tons of space, and we can kind of account for this is where we can switch to these things. And then people did like the pop-ups much better, so we actually just got rid of the bottom description and just made it pop-ups from that point on and during the dev process. And we continue with stuff like that. So it was definitely a challenge for us. I think one of the things that we didn't foresee is when you scale all the text up, everything can eventually just be the same size, because we had capped it, because then our titles would be more than 104, and that's like quite hard to even accommodate from that. So we would cap it at 104. So then there could be a point where our titles and our descriptions would look the same. So you lose a bit of like visual hierarchy and potential readability. So to account for that, we tried to use styles and layouts to account for it. So titles, we try and use other things than just size to show its importance, like underlines, icons, colors, multiple different things. And also just general layouts, where the most important thing will be at the top, then to the bottom, and then the important thing, you start from left to right when you read. So all that good stuff. And then we try and break stuff up with images and turn things over to images wherever we could, and just put descriptions like elsewhere, not in the button anymore. We've moved them to other places. So definitely going forward, I think in the future, we scale text, but I think it would be cool, like you said, Ellie, that scaling the layout with the text is so powerful and super impressive that you did that. I think that's something we would probably want to look to do in the future, so that way you get to maintain the visual identity of the game no matter how big it gets, but also like keep its readability strong even with that change. But overall, it was really great to do, really amazing to do, because when you do start implementing things with like flexibility in mind, it means when you do change to different languages, it just fixes it like works itself. It also helps in spades for other things. So I think from Sniper 5 to Atomful, we had like no localization issues, because we were just accounting for scaling anyway with the text scaling, which was really good. So it's like two birds with one stone with it, so it was worth it in the end.
Ellie, would you like to talk about some of the challenges that you've had, especially with a game that was very predominantly mouse and keyboard and PC based to going onto a console?
Yes, I would like to say one thing first. I absolutely second every single word you said. There were two things that really were very near to my heart, is that what you said, David, that everyone deserves the same gaming experience. This is so true. And then, in the end, one of the biggest challenge that we had was exactly and I'm gonna be very honest with you, was having people, under the accessibility flag. One of the main challenges was, it's hard to design accessible UI, but it's really, really, really hard to rally people to cause and supporting, to rally people to the cause and supporting it. I'm sorry, I'm not a native speaker. I'm not an English native speaker. It's really hard to find people that advocate and to convince them, to not convince them, but to let them see how important is it. But it's so rewarding the moment they see. The moment they see, everything changes. Like completely, like the way we work completely shuffled. That's so cool. And when that moment is when they realize that, oh, it's true, everyone deserves the same gaming experience. And that's, when your brain clicks. And that was the hardest part for us, because accessibility started a little bit in the UI team. My lead was a champion in this one, and he brought it. And I took the torch like the Olympic Games, and I said, okay, so brand new game now. Like accessibility, everyone now has to do accessibility. Like I'm gonna drag everyone with me, and it was so cool because now we have advocates in like every team, and this is really cool. Because accessibility really requires the early involvement of leads, of producer, because we need the task to work on accessibility. You need task. That's the reality of production. That's the truth. If you don't have a task, you can't work on it. And it's so important also for producer, also for leads to understand how important accessibility is. And I think that a good example, for us at least, is color blindness support, because it goes way beyond the UI. It involves design, it involves art, it involves programming, it involves testers, and in our case, it involves even 3D programmers. So it's really huge. Like, it's not just adding a secondary palette for us. It's, on our side, it's not communicating information only through color, it's supporting the information with shape, text, patterns. It's really structuring the information in a different way to allow the player to not only rely on colors. And in the edge cases, yes, also the secondary palette is really important. But it comes through many different steps that involve so many different people. Color blindness for us is also applied to inward feedback, and that part heavily involves programming and R&D and our 3D programmers. So it's really huge. And if I would do something differently, probably would be structuring this collaboration even earlier, so that really accessibility could scale, more naturally at a team level. That would really be like the best, and that's what I hope for the maybe in the future, for the next time. I hope for myself for the next time. No, that's what I really hope, that to start even earlier with, better task, more time, and of course keeping the legacy of 1800 and 117 and bring it hopefully to the next time. No? And what you all said was so true. Everything is so important. And when you talk about the text again, like localization, like every time we design something, we always have to keep in mind localization. And every time, you give a space, we always consider extra space, because there will be localization. And there are some languages that are really long and they are so troublesome, but it's really cool. In case you didn't notice, I really love my job, but
Yeah,
I get so excited. It's so
this is
cool.
like hard relatable. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of like, when you started talking, I was like, you've stole my answer, but it's good because it shows that it's like the same for everybody. But for me, the standout challenge is always a production one, for want of a better word, political one, a collaboration, teamwork, communication problem for me, because a lot of these things we're trying to solve, they have some kind of solution or some direction you can head in, and the difficult thing sometimes is actually just getting the buy-in on that, getting people to commit to it. Not to like contradict what I said before, because I fully believe you don't have to do everything perfect. Any effort more than what you were gonna do should be commended, and not everybody can be perfect the whole time. But also, the more you let edge cases slip on stuff, the harder it is to claw that back later in development. So having people actually commit to, like, we are going to have a minimum text size of whatever, whatever project I've been on, you get a little bit into development, you're like, this description's really long, we could just let this one be a little bit smaller.
You get the cold feet.
Yeah, and it's, although yes, on one hand it doesn't have to be perfect, on the other hand, the more of these things you let slip through, the more lenient you become, and the poorer your final product game experience is, because it becomes easier to let more and more of those slip. And like, not to get on my soapbox, but the medical model of disability, this understanding you're brought up with, that it is a disabled person's responsibility to sort things out for themselves. The text doesn't need to be bigger. You need to push your sofa closer to the telly, and breaking down those ideas and those stigmas is always the challenge in people, because people have biases they don't even know that they have. This isn't me saying that people are ill-intentioned. It's just that they are operating from a biases, they don't realize they have. And part of it means that, the onus is put on, like, disabled people to solve things themselves, or it's put on the few accessibility advocates there might be in a team to also put the responsibility on Tyler and ourselves. And as UI team, that's often disproportionately us. And it tells you that it downplays the role of actual just policy change in solving problems. So like at Ubisoft, when I was there, I could always rely on, if this isn't going well, okay, well, the game has to have it to ship. So, so there you go, because there's things built into policy that you can lean on as a UI team. And Ubisoft doesn't have it perfect, no studio has it perfect. But I would, if you are like somebody who's at a studio that is trying to make change, it is slow going, and you should be proud of whatever change you're making, but don't discount the role that getting some people to actually just say, we have a minimum font size, there are no edge cases, deal with it, can kind of have. I don't mean for that to sound aggressive. Maybe I'm just
love the strength.
Maybe I'm
love
just
the
like
strength.
I don't mean to sound aggressive with it, but I think you just sometimes, I wish the previous me had just been like, no, we need to find production support for this, and leaned on people higher up than me to try and like force that through, rather than taking all the like responsibility on myself to make it happen and then feeling guilty if it doesn't.
Yeah, older Dave is very disappointed on younger Dave for the solution for long text was to make it smaller, just make it fit in, and that's not really solving the problem. But as Hannah was saying, like, sometimes you if you actually solve the problem earlier on, then it's not a problem down the development line. You've solved it early on. Yes, it's a difficult challenge, and yes, it does change how you can design things and how you can implement things, but you have also solved it. It's just not going to be a problem anymore. So on to our last topic. We have 10 minutes left. How have you found the industry improving accessibility in relation to UI? Is there an ongoing accessibility space race right now? Ellie, would you like to start?
Yeah. First of all, I would like to say I'm sorry, Chloe, for your past experience. Some part I can absolutely relate, and yeah, some are really true, like the bias that people have, like in the world, like in the daily life. That's really true, and that's why we have to destroy the stigma and push it down, and that's super important. Coming back to the question, I think that the increased focus on the accessibility across the industry definitely created a positive momentum. It's also very important and very positive because accessibility is finally given more visibility to the disabled player, to the disabled community, and finally we are going to voices that, for a long time, as Chloe mentioned, if you cannot read the text, get a better pair of glasses. And now things are way different. Now you can't read well the text, we provide you with scaling. That's a completely different experience for the player. And I think that, at least for us, accessibility is a little bit less than a race, than keep up with others, is more like solving real problems within the context of our own game. This is because Anno is extremely UI heavy, is an extremely complex game. So we really, need to make choices, that are really based on our game. But I have to say that this big race that we have, that, we have to do accessibility even better, like for us, the good thing that brought is the knowledge sharing. So teams are learning now from each other, and we are raising the bars of accessibility. So it's not really for us a competition. At least for me, I don't see it as a competition. I see it as raising the bar together to give our players, to give back to the community and to give them a way better experience. And for us, for me, this thing can work only if we keep working with respect, we keep listening to the community, we keep high the principle, nothing about us without us. This is so important. Like, I keep repeating it also in the office. It's so important that this sentence, really, they have to learn it by heart. They have to tattoo it somewhere, and when they work, they have to look at it and remember that talking with the community, in how do you say, interact with the community, listen to the community is really important. And this is what this space race is bringing, isn't it? Like, it's bringing the studios to listening more to the community, and this is really incredible. Like, this is great. When I talk to some of our players, was really like, yeah, this is why every day I go in the office and I like, yeah, let's make something cool. So I'm really grateful. And yeah, so that's it. What about you, Chloe? Like, how do you live in your independent life? Sorry.
Yeah, I think, to come back to what I said before, it's, for me, I see a lot that the bar is being raised, but also with it, the minimum bar is being raised. And that's what I see a lot of. It's really exciting to see games, like what people are doing to push the boundaries of what people thought could ship, but also to just see more and more people think that the minimum standard is so much higher and putting effort into doing those foundational things. and also seeing the community grow of people that are invested in accessibility and things like GaConf and online communities and studios I go into where there is always, like, this has always been true, there will always be an accessibility advocate on a team. You just have to find them, but seeing people be more happy to be vocal about things is always a welcome progress that, you know.
Yeah, I think there is a positive and healthy competition that's going on right now. I think teams are learning from each other, and seeing what's happening and applying those learnings to their own games. I think things that have helped really is the ease of being able to get into games now, and see what other games are doing. There's websites like Game UI Database and Can I Play That? There's conference talks where people describe what they're doing. There's streaming services like Game Pass, let you get into a game really quickly and stream it without having to install it. And so when you hear about something, you can quite quickly go and see what they're doing and experience it and admire it. I mean, like, for example, like Hannah gave a part of a conference last year, Fall. It was taking a cricket back to accessibility, which was a great name for a talk. But in that talk, they had a section where they were talking about aiming via audio cues and taking inspiration from Sea of Thieves to implement that and do a version that was a better fit for their game. Like likewise, there was another section where Hannah was talking about this text scaling to 200%. And last year I was playing with, if I could start again, like what would I do differently, and playing with different ways of scaling of UI. And like for me, because I've seen that it's possible for a game to implement 200 scaling text everywhere, like, okay, well, that's my minimum standard now. If another team can do it, there's a bit of a competitive streak in me of, if another dev can do it, I can do it. And I think in Fall there's a solution of scrolling text if it gets too big. I've seen Forza do that as well as a solution. And so, yeah, so from that, I was like, well, if I'm going to have text in the game, text isn't just something that goes inside another component. Text itself is a component that should have its own functionality that would make it then wherever you put that text, it's just going to work by default because I have made this component that goes everywhere, and I'm never going to miss accessibility somewhere because no text is outside of this component. And we've got that kind of working pretty well. We've got it working with having these text sizes and scaling defined in Figma and in the prototype, and it was, yeah, it wasn't the direct. I think Hannah, you said yourself, like, it wasn't a direct 200% scaling all of the time, so things didn't get too ridiculous. So we kind of ourselves set limits on that. But yeah, it solved a lot of problems, and it was really fun. It was a fun challenge from my point of view. And then, yeah, once it's in there from the start, there's no retrofitting it. That should be the basis. And I think it's tricky with an 8-year-old game of what can you do there, because there's so much other UI. We've got hundreds and hundreds of screens. You can't just, well, I'm going to make all text have line spacing greater, because that's just going to ruin a lot of pages. But if we'd had the component from the start, then yeah, because everywhere's made to work with extra line heights and spacing. So, yeah.
It's a bit like it makes us better developers in general, these challenges. Like, it's hard, but like once you do it, it becomes so much easier. So it's always good to challenge yourself, and now we know how to build the stuff, we can do it again. And like, yeah, I think to encompass like everyone's answers, like, and how I feel about it, and especially you saying about we were looking at Sea of Thieves for the audio aiming. It's like a lot of time we're standing on the shoulders of giants with what we're doing now. Because I very well be like, I couldn't have thought of this solution without how this game did it. And it just makes it so much easier for smaller studios to like try go that extra while, because it's like many hands make light work. It's easier once you've seen it. You can be like, okay, maybe we can do that, maybe a little bit cheaper, maybe slightly like it. Like, it's always like nice just to see it out there. It really puts like UX analytics to like leaps and bounds, just knowing it already exists, for sure. I think like the cool example of like subtitles in Last of Us always sticks with me with their indicators and stuff. It's just like so nice to see what it looks like. Oh, that's how they handled that. And I think when we were doing our controller rebinding, so much comes up that you just don't see until you actually have to develop it yourself. I think there was just, yeah, the caveats I mentioned with, oh, what if the player by accident rebinds stuff and then they're stuck? How do we fix that? How do we gate that? How do we like stop these things from happening? And I looked at Overwatch and like, this is so intuitive. They've solved all these problems. This is like incredible. So yeah, I just like, it's just super beneficial learning from each other, and yeah, everything that we do is just like another step forward for everyone. It's great.
That's so
Yeah.
true. Everything we do is a step forward, and that's really cool.
And they said that the game industry is like quite young compared to other entertainment industries, but because accessibility is relatively new, not relatively new, but is young compared to the gaming industry itself, feels like there's so much more room for innovation and growth there, because people haven't until now been putting their time and effort now, and now that they are, yeah, it's a proper big explosion of cool new ideas. Cool. So I think we have reached time. Is there anything else that anyone wants to say before we say goodbye?
I would like to thank you, David, to host this panel. You've been really brave, and we are very proud of you and thankful for you to doing it. So thank you so much for hosting this panel. Thank you, ladies, for joining. It was such a pleasure to meet you and talk to you, and was really as my first panel, I found it super inspiring, and it really pushed me now to do more and push it even more and be even louder and advocate even more. So thank you so much, because I think you made me a little bit better accessibility designer, UI designer. So thank you so much. And as I can, a little, you huge thank you to my team, because I love them so much. And, I wouldn't be here without them. So I would like to share as well with them. Because really, like me alone, me and my lead alone, no, we would never be able to. But with the entire team, we really made a better annual. So I would like to thank them, and thank you all for your time.
Very well said. I'm not sure I can top that as an ending.
Yeah.
Absolutely love your enthusiasm. Your passion is very infectious. So thank you. Thank you everyone for joining.
Yeah, thank you.
And for everyone watching, thank you for watching, and enjoy the rest of GaConf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Enjoy. Bye-bye.
So when I saw they had gone over, my first thought was like, well, I'll just cut something out of here. And then I couldn't figure out what to cut because the conversation was so great. So I'm sorry that we ran over, but the content was so amazing and I couldn't bring myself to cut a minute of any of them. So I'll keep this really short so that we can get some lunch. I really just want to highlight some of the things they were saying towards the end. You know, we are not only raising the bar for accessibility in UI, we are raising the min bar. We are all expected to do more. And each step forward we take is pushing the entire industry forward as we learn from each other. And this panel was incredibly infectious and I loved it. And the last thing I want to close on is no, we're not going to have a drinking game related to font size because that's not a healthy choice. Our livers are not made for that. No, absolutely not. So with that, we will break for lunch. So it's going to be 45 minutes, and we will see you back at 15 after for our series of micro talks. So enjoy lunch, and I'll see you on the other side. Hello. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a fantastic lunch. I know that, I mean, I had reheated pizza, but you got to eat what you got to eat. So now that we're back from lunch, we are going to be going into our 4 micro talks, and I'm really excited about this next one. So if you didn't get to read all about it, there has been a lot of information that has come out about particularly blind and low vision players in China. And it's a market that hasn't really been engaged, particularly in the mobile space. And so this next talk is a deep dive into all of that information. So let's kick off our micro talks this afternoon.
Hi everyone, I'm Zihe, a master's student from Oxford Internet Institute. I'm very honored to receive the Best Academic Research Award of Game Accessibility Conference. Our research focuses on mobile gaming. So today, let's unlock the invisible market together. As you can see, mobile games occupy nearly half of the global gaming market. Notably, revenue in the mobile games market worldwide is projected to reach 126 billion, and in the same market, the number of users worldwide is anticipated to reach 2.4 billion by 2029. And meanwhile, in sub-Saharan Africa, the number of players nearly tripled from 77 million in 2015 to 186 million in 2021. In China, only one officially licensed company develops games specifically for BLV users, and BLV users refers to blind or low vision users. All other BLV games are shared privately, but even with just 3 games, this company has attracted over 600,000 BLV players in China, and a participant has told me that BLV players from Southeast Asia even buy Chinese accounts to play these games. Obviously, the Chinese game market has great prospects, but it hasn't been properly recognized. And first, all participants said that BLV-specific games gave them no operational difficulties. Because these games have built-in focus system, screen readers, the list style arrangements, gesture systems, clear sound channels. The built-in focus system that mimics sight by helping users detect information on screen. The option to use different screen readers that convert text into audio, and also have the list style layout, which aligns well with how BLV users process information. The familiar gesture controls, such as double tapping to confirm, like swiping to navigate, and using semicircle gesture to exist, can help them play mobile games better. And they have the clear sound channels, which help players understand direction and game state through audio. These types of games can effectively convey information through sound. For example, in combat scenarios, heartbeat rhythms and breathing sounds are used to indicate the character's physical condition. When injured, the heartbeat becomes faster and the breathing more rapid. Interestingly, there is an interaction mechanism called the lion's roar, where the volume of the player's microphone input directly that determines the strength of the attack on the NPCs. This makes sound not just a background element, but a crucial part of gameplay interaction. And here is a short video clip from one of these games, showing a battle sequence.
裂石惊沙，滴水穿石。
As you can hear, audio design also needs balance. A participant told us that during battles, players need to track things like skill prompts, changes in position, and health status. If too many sound channels overlap, it becomes overwhelming. So, game designers should prioritize key audio information and make sure it integrates smoothly with other game elements. Interestingly, these games often create safe spaces where BOV players can connect with each other. One popular BOV game in China has led to over 2,000 romantic couples, which is a remarkable number because many participants told us that many BOV individuals in China find it hard to get into romantic relationships. And one of the participants introduced that card games, with their simple and clear rules, are greatly aligned with the thought process of BOV users and are more strategic. However, BOV games often face a conflict between accessibility and playability. One participant, who lost his sight at about 20 years old, used to play mainstream games like League of Legends, but after going blind, he found BOV games boring in comparison and eventually stopped gaming. Some BOV players have expressed strong disappointment with current game designs. They feel that many BOV games treat them like idiots, offering only extremely simplified experiences, not treat them as players on the same level as sighted individuals. The second type of game is mainstream games with accessibility tools. This strike more of a balance between accessibility and playability. For example, in China, NetEase has developed AI Eyes Mode, which adds screen reading and voice descriptions to improve the experience for BOV players. However, most of these tools aren't made by companies. They are created by passionate players. For example, there is a game streamer build a community where other players and creators share strategies and guides to support one another, helping the BOV player community stay active and vibrant. But there is a downside. These tools have a technical barrier, and many BOV players who aren't in the community still can't play. Plus, installing unofficial plugins can be risky. Some include malware or misleading ads. And the third type is mainstream games without accessibility support at all. Only 4 of our participants consistently played them. Their motivation was mostly about wanting a richer game experience or using games as a way to connect socially. They hope games could help them feel more included and less isolated. But playing without accessibility features means facing a lot of more obstacles. For example, the participant could even figure out where his character was in the game. In other words, participants reported strong negative emotions like frustration, sadness, social anxiety. A participant told us he was afraid of mainstream games altogether because the design ignored his needs entirely. Some players still try to participate through descriptive collaboration, cooperating with sighted friends, acting as a strategists or backseat players, and others will find a sighted person to inform them about the situation, and then they handle the gameplay themselves. Our research shows that ableism is deeply ingrained in mobile game design, prioritizing sighted users while marginalizing BLV players. One interview left a strong impression on us. A young blind boy who is the same age as me, at about 22 years old, shared how he often couldn't get past the very first step in the mainstream mobile games. The repeated frustration made him feel desperate, like a cyberblind person. He explained that even though technology has made daily life more accessible, games still leave him feeling shut out. As he put it, he always felt exposed in these games, as if his disability were constantly on display. This sense of cyberblindness is a powerful example of how ableism shows up in game design. So, what can we do? We need to understand the user needs. They require built-in accessibility tools provided by the game, along with guided onboarding for their use. Custom plugins are often problematic for several reasons, like they require technical proficiency and digital literacy. They carry the risk of malicious manipulation, and unofficial plugins may become unreliable over time. Furthermore, players still need a sense of achievement. Video games help them elevate frequent feelings of self-doubt and frustration. Mainstream games rely heavily on visuals, complex graphics, animations, and visual cues. This not only makes them inaccessible, but also reinforces social exclusion for POV players. We found some key points, such as emphasizing sound design and its efficiency. Designers can use heartbeat and breathing sounds in combat to express the character's states. And another example is the lion's roar, where the volume of the player's microphone input determines the strength of an attack within the game. And when distinguishing between macro and micro level dimensions of sounds, consider the priority and implementation of sounds within a specific context. From an asset-based design perspective, we find that POV players aren't passive. They actively look for ways to make games work through tools, plugins, and community knowledge. They know how to adapt, and they have a strong drive to engage with games. Still, the tech limitations are real. That's why participants offer some future design suggestions, especially around visibility control. They say games should offer dual exploration modes, allowing both POV and sighted users to explore the same game in different ways, not in separate tabs. This could break down misconceptions and reduce harm. Here's some takeaway. Mobile gaming is a massive and fast-growing market, but to move forward, we need to balance accessibility and playability. Designers should work to make games fun and inclusive for everyone, not just the sighted majority. They must also address ableism and the emerging issues of cyberblindness. Inclusive strategies like visibility control and smart audio design will be key in building a better gaming future. Throughout this research, we've come to believe Everyone belongs to some kind of minority group. We can find inspiration and encouragement from the voice of our ally communities. Our study is just the beginning. We've scratched the surface of BOV players' experience and ideas. We are going to deepen this work and turn our vision into reality. So if you are interested in this field, we'd love to connect and explore more possibilities. Thank you all for listening and happy to connect, happy to communicate with every one of you. Thank you.
I think the slide that everyone really reacted to was the one that said, ableism is deeply ingrained in mobile game design. And I think for so many of us, we can feel that it's not just mobile game design, but so many different parts of game development as a whole, right? Like it was the mic drop moment. Um, Absolutely fabulous research. And really, it comes down to all players want to experience challenge and achieve mastery. And by being aware of these users' needs and learning from everything that was highlighted in this talk, we can do that. We can help. And, if you're interested, like she said, they want to have further research. They want to be able to share more with us. And I think we can all say there is a reason that this won the award for uh, best academic research this go. So, all right, we will be taking just another short break, and then we will be back in about 8 minutes for our next micro talk. So, see you then. Now, I know if you're here watching the Game Accessibility Conference, I don't have to convince you that game accessibility is important. But I do know a lot of the people here have to try to convince other people and advocate to get everything tracked in their deadlines to make sure that it's seen as a worthwhile investment. And guess what? This next micro talk is all about how to help you do that and advocate for accessibility in your workflows. This one's really good. You're going to love it.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the talk on selling accessibility, about how to talk about accessibility with producers, publishers, and investors in mobile games industry. My name is Ala. I work at MacPixel Games. It's a mobile games publisher, and we work pretty closely with many different development teams of many different sizes and on all steps of production, from early prototyping to full-scale user acquisition. And today I want to talk about something I deal with regularly, about how to make the case for accessibility in a business-driven environment, such as mobile games development, and more particularly in negotiation talks with mobile games publisher about investment and marketing of a project. And I think this conversation would be useful to people of many different roles. You can be a solo developer or maybe a representative of a small studio who's looking for a publisher, and you just want to know how to argue for your commitment to accessibility in negotiations about the future of your project. Or maybe you're working inside a mobile studio and you want to drive change internally. The core challenge here is basically the same. You just need to get the people who make decisions to actually listen to you. And I want to start with something most of you probably experienced. But for example, you bring up accessibility at the meeting. Maybe you say that you want to make game more accessible to screen readers and dedicate more resources to that. Or maybe you want to make some mechanics easier for players with different needs to get through. And usually you get one of these responses. We don't have time for this in our current sprint, or what's going to be ROI on that, or maybe let's revisit this after launch. Sounds familiar? Well, at least it sounds familiar to me. And these responses can be quite frustrating, but they're not necessarily signs of bad intentions. They just reflect how mobile games development actually works. Because mobile games development is metric-driven and very fast-paced industry. Every feature competes for the same limited pool of time, budget, and resources. And in that environment, everything without a clear, measurable payoff gets deprioritized immediately. So, basically, accessibility in our conversation is often framed in exactly that way, that it's something that is a nice to have, nice to do, something we'll get to eventually. But you should understand that the conversation you're trying to have, it isn't landing because it's framed as a values conversation, while the room is having a business conversation. That's the core of the problem. So let's look at the specific objections just so you could understand what I'm talking about. Because understanding where these objections come from, it helps you address them in the future. Like, for instance, it's too expensive. This usually means accessibility feels undefined. Because without concrete examples, without concrete measures you offer, it sounds like a large body of work, pretty open-ended as well, and nobody wants to commit to something that they can't estimate. Or we don't have time. This means there is no connection to KPIs that measure success of the game. If it doesn't map to a metric, it doesn't make it to the sprint, we don't have time for changes that we won't be able to access. And that's where the next objection also comes from. Like the next objection, we're not sure it affects performance. This is an evidence problem. Without data or precedent or exact metric, accessibility looks like a cost with unclear return. And last but not least, our audience doesn't need it, and I'll address that one separately because it's just based on a very narrow definition of our player base. So let's start with the last one and with the most direct answer to that objection. Obviously, all of us know that players with permanent disabilities make up a significant share of any game's audience. But mobile games, they have the broadest player base of all game markets. Because they're always in our pockets, they require no dedicated hardware, and they reach demographics that console or PC games often don't. So, depending on the estimates, up to 20% of a mobile game audience can have additional accessibility needs. And that's a meaningful segment of our users, and what's even more important, are potential paying users. And also, beyond permanent disabilities, we should just think about how people actually play mobile games. For example, somebody is on the metro and they have phone in one hand and they're holding a bag with the other hand, or someone is in a crowded cafe and it's too loud to turn on sound, so they play on mute, or someone is on a bus and just screen is shaking and they're trying to read the text on your button that is slightly too small. All of that aren't some exceptions. This describes a huge share of everyday mobile sessions. And none of these players have a permanent disability, but they are in a situation that creates the same friction that we should address. Also, we should consider the fact that mobile games are very popular with children and teenagers, and they also bring different things to the table, like different reading levels, different attention spans, different ability to pass complex user interface. And designing for these people, it's not designing for a niche audience, it's designing for our actual player base. So also another dimension that often gets overlooked in mobile development, that most projects launch in English first, or maybe with a handful of major languages, with others coming along later. But mobile games get downloaded globally from the day one, and a significant portion of our users may not understand a single word of our UI. So we should communicate what to do with clear game mechanics and clear accessible visual design. Because basically accessible design in that case bridges the gap before our localization catches up with all these people who can't understand our text. So how do we move all of that into a production meeting? First, just let's point out that most mobile developers and publishers, they are already familiar with principle of good UI design, readable typography, responsive feedback, intuitive navigation, clear visual hierarchy. These are standard quality benchmarks of the industry, but what's less obvious is that many of these principles are directly rooted in accessible design. It's just that stakeholders just don't always connect the two. So part of your job is to make that connection explicit and visible. That accessible design isn't a separate discipline, it's what good design already looks like. And from there, what you have to do is that you should let your stakeholders see that many accessibility improvements are not new features, they're improvements to systems you already have. For example, your readability, font size options, contrast adjustments, it's pretty low effort changes, it's a basic changes for your clarity, but that reduces friction for everyone. Or interaction feedback, clearer visual, audio, haptic responses, all of that reduces error rates and it improves feel across all gameplay stages. Tutorial support, optional guidance, clearer failure feedback, it directly affects early game drop-off. Or control flexibility, remappable inputs. I think that is especially relevant for mid-core or casual plus more difficult projects. This investment also have a measurable impact on completion rates on any mechanics. Also, broader device and assistive technology support. It can reduce crashes or INRs. I'll actually come back to that, why that matters later. Just beyond just stability and accessibility, that's actually way more important than it looks. But basically, what I'm talking about is that when you frame accessibility as product investment, it becomes much easier to get into a sprint. So now let's talk about why this matters financially. Accessibility improvements, they are at the very top of our monetization funnel, and everything in that funnel is connected. For example, player downloads our game. They go through the first session, they reach the tutorial, but if they can't read the UI, if the feedback isn't clear, if the flow is confusing, they churn. That's it. Just right there, before they ever reach any monetization mechanic. And when you reduce that friction, your tutorial completion goes up. A player gets further into the game, you get your first ad impression, day one retention improves, session gets longer. And overall, what's even more important, player who stays longer converts to paying user way faster and overall at higher rates. And I also think that it's worth noting that conversion failures, conversion into payment failures, are UI problems in disguise. Like, a player can miss a store prompt because of low contrast, or they can abandon a purchase because the touch target is too small. These are accessibility issues, but they show up directly in our revenue metrics. And also, like, we can see that all of this contributes to LTV. And you don't even need a dedicated accessibility study to make a case for your project. You just need to connect proposed changes to metrics that are already being measured in any mobile game. And also there is a platform dimension. Google Play and App Store, as I mentioned before, track crash rates and INRs as indicators of technical quality of a game. And poor scores in that department that are a direct result of lack of support for broad range of devices or assistive technology, they can suppress your organic visibility. And that increases your user acquisition costs, something that any publisher would significantly care about. So let's see how metrics mapping looks in practice. We see, for example, a clear tutorial flow improves tutorial completion that drives day one retention or first purchase conversion, first ad view, and all the product metrics after that. Better UI readability reduces player error rates. We have stronger interaction feedback, improving retention, day one retention, day 7 retention. Like, it drives time spent, it drives ad views, and after that LTV. Or optional difficulty support that reduces early game drop-off. Again, improves long-term retention, overall monetization, funnel improvement. And broader device and assistive tech support reduces crash rates and INRs, which directly affects store visibility and organic traffic. So now let's talk about framing accessibility for different stakeholders. The same improvement needs to be presented differently depending on the audience. For example, if you talk with developers and engineers, you should be specific. Such a question like, can we add a font size slider to the settings menu? It will land so much better than just, we should improve accessibility, we should make text more readable. Like, vague requests, they get deprioritized. Specific ones, they get estimated and then put into roadmaps. And also, where you can come already with solutions, not just problems. That might mean pointing to an AI tool that checks code for accessibility issues, or maybe suggesting a tool that makes testing on a screen reader or other accessibility device easier. Like, the simpler you make it to act on, the less resistance you'll get on your accessibility improvements. Then, most importantly, with producers or product managers or game designers, you should connect accessibility to the KPIs of your project. Retention, tutorial completion, error rates, session length, depth, all of that is what matters to your producer. And that's why you should propose small and testable implementations. What I found out from my experience is that A/B testing accessibility is pretty easy sell. Like, when you test accessibility changes against baseline metrics, like, it frames the whole thing as an experiment with measurable and visible result. And you can just show on numbers how accessibility is going to affect profitability of your project. And with publishers and investors, well, you can obviously start with market reach. As we mentioned, roughly 20% of players have additional accessibility needs, and we also, like our particular players, they have situational impairments that expand that further. But you can also bring up platform trends. We see already that Apple and Google are increasingly surfacing accessibility as a quality signal in featuring decisions, in their user acquisition decisions, and that allows you to frame accessibility as a risk reduction and as a cost reduction for your project. Because poor usability drives negative reviews, it drives lower ratings, it drives higher early churn, and all of that is increasing user acquisition costs and it reduces LTV, something that concerns publishers and investors directly. So to bring all of this together, you should understand that accessibility doesn't struggle to get prioritized in mobile because mobile games industry doesn't care. It struggles because it's being framed as the wrong kind of conversation. You should just connect it to the metrics and outcomes that stakeholders already measure, and then this conversation becomes so much easier to have. So before your next accessibility discussion, what you should ask yourself is, who am I talking to? What do they measure success of a game by? And if you start there and work backwards, it just gets so much easier. So always remember that accessibility and good product design and good game design, they point in the same direction. And most of the time, the only thing standing between them is how the conversation gets framed. And that's something that you can contribute to directly. So thank you for listening to my advices, and have a nice day.
I know that she was framing this as a talk for mobile games specifically, but everything she was talking about it applies to all games everywhere. And just to really hone in on a few things that she said, anytime you're getting an objection, it's because there's something unknown behind it, something people aren't thinking about. And so what you need to do is take the change, have it connected to a direct metric, and then show the downstream impact. You're taking the two pieces of information and you're making the connection explicit and visible. You're helping them understand what they need to know based on the original objection that they made, right? So make that connection, make it explicit, and use her handy little cheat sheet, both for potential areas to answer with, as well as how to address certain disciplines. You know, she said it, everyone latched onto it. Accessibility sits at the top of your monetization funnel, right? So it really is important. But the key thing here, this communication is key. The easier you make accessibility to act on, the less resistance you'll get from your team and wanting to implement accessibility. Of course, absolutely fabulous talk. Now, we'll be taking another short break and then we'll be back at 5 after for our next micro talk. See you then. All right. So we are ready for our next talk. Even if DJ in chat is acting like he's not, saying you already feel out of place. Sir, you are an invited speaker. You are 100% in the right place, my friend. Now, people with disabilities are not just gamers, they are game devs, which is why I'm so excited to have DJ here to talk about his lived experience and everything that he has done as a person with ADHD. So let's listen to his words.
Hi, my name is David Jenkins, although I'm often known in the industry just as DJ. I'm a white bald man with a dark ginger beard and glasses, wearing a black and red check shirt. I'm reading this talk from a script for my own reasons, which will soon become apparent, but also so you can be provided with a copy of the transcript should you need it. To round me out a bit more as a person, I'm 38, boringly cishet, I'm engaged, a father of 2, and I'm sure it will come as no surprise to any of you to learn, I'm also a massive nerd. I've been working in the games industry for over 12 years now, mostly within game quality, with the rest, as I am now, in release management. I started as a member of the Xbox certification team as a compliance tester, then lead, and finally senior lead, before becoming the compliance lead at Sega Europe, where I doubled as a functionality lead, mobile test lead, and even website test lead. I was also involved in putting together and assessing our games against Sega's first set of accessibility best practices. From there, I moved to a release management role at Curve Games, then spent 4 years as lead and then head of QA at the award-winning studio Roll7. When that was very sadly shut down by Take-Two a couple of years ago, I did some consultancy work, helped create the Foundation Certificate in Game Quality as a subject matter expert, and started a podcast before landing my current role as release manager at Megabit Publishing and Ionic, where I also oversee game quality and accessibility. Scattered amongst all that, I've done some ad hoc work as a producer, voice actor in Rollerdrome, and even lent my voice to a skateboarding-themed sea shanty for one of the Ollie Ollie World trailers, because why not? I've been part of teams that have won BAFTAs, DICE Awards, Developer Awards, Tiger Awards, and more. My team at Roll7 was shortlisted for Quality Team of the Year, and I was also listed. Scattered amongst all that, I've done some ad hoc work as a producer, voice actor in Rollerdrome, and even lent my voice to a skateboarding-themed sea shanty for one of the Ollie Ollie World trailers, because why not? I've been part of teams that have won BAFTAs, DICE Awards, Developer Awards, Tiger Awards, and more. My team at Roll7 was shortlisted for Quality Team of the Year, and I was also shortlisted for an award for my work in EDI. And that's on top of supporting groups like Limit Break as a mentor, Intergames, and GameQuality.org. It's been quite the career already. So, why am I here talking to you at GaConf? Well, other than my particular interest in games accessibility, it's because a few years ago, while I was at Roll7, I received a diagnosis for both autism and ADHD. Actually, after a few months of therapy with a specialist, my autism was basically a given, but the ADHD took us both by surprise. Must have been 2 for 1 day or something. In fact, we were pretty certain of the outcome before I'd even submitted my answers to the RADS questionnaire. For those who don't know, it's one of the assessment tools they use where you're asked to tick boxes to say which statements don't apply to you, which apply to you as a kid, or which apply to you now. The thing is, I didn't feel like the range of possible responses was sufficient. In fact, we were pretty certain of the outcome before I'd even submitted my answers to the RADS questionnaire. For those who don't know, it's one of those assessment tools they use where you're asked to tick boxes to say which statements don't apply, applied to you as a kid or apply to you now. The thing is, I didn't feel like the range of possible responses was sufficient, because some things applied to me now, but only in a work environment, or only when I'm at home. Some applied all the time, some were very sporadic, etc. To fix this, I created a color coding system, which enabled me to answer with more nuance. When I showed it to my therapist, she laughed, because, as it turned out, I had essentially answered the autism questionnaire in the most autistic way possible. So, yeah. If she wasn't convinced already by that point, as far as she was concerned, it was now nailed on. And, to be fair, she was right. For me, that diagnosis was a revelation, both personally and professionally. Oh, and it's also why I've scripted this, because between my autistic brain wanting to talk for hours about this subject and my ADHD brain constantly running off with its own topics of conversation, I'd be going well over the 15-minute target if I just freestyled it. On a personal level, it framed so many of my experiences growing up and even trying to adult. Suddenly, I could let go of situations I had continued to look back on with confusion, angry at myself for not being able to understand seemingly basic social concepts, or upset with myself for whatever it was I'd done to deserve the bullying from peers and abuse from partners. I'm a textbook apologizer because I always assume everything is, at least in some small way, my fault, that I could have done more. But now, with that better understanding of the reasons why I'm the way I am, I've also learned to be more forgiving of my past. I'm even more forgiving of myself for things I do now. For example, I struggle with eye contact, and I'm terrible with names, unless they're from some fantasy, sci-fi, or comic book universe. I sometimes find facial expressions and tone of voice difficult, both in terms of understanding them and in terms of delivering them correctly. I overthink things like you wouldn't believe, and that includes the obligatory 2 a.m. internal conversation with myself as I plan out all possible scenarios from an interaction that will probably never happen, like trying to decide what I'd say to a certain person if I ever met him face to orange face. Oh, and I'd say at least 40% of my conversations with people will feature a reference to The Office, Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or Parks and Recreation, among a few others. It's just how I process the world. So, what's it like being a neurodivergent person working in the games industry? Well, before I talk about my experiences specifically within games, I just wanted to caveat that these are just that, my own personal experiences. This may not be indicative of what it's generally like being neurodivergent and or disabled and working in games. But I would also add that, anecdotally at least, it is a very inclusive and welcoming industry. Oh, and if you don't get the joke in the title of this talk, it's a deep-cut pun on an old game called Full Spectrum Warrior. It was the first name I thought of, and having an 8-month-old means I don't get enough sleep for better ideas than that, it seems. So what's it like for me working in games? Well, when I sat down and thought about it, I had to laugh. I've spent my career in a discipline that requires you to look at everything from a bird's eye view, but also in meticulous detail, follow clear directions, but also think outside the box, make sure everything is exactly as it's supposed to be and meets a lot of specific guidelines, but also shout about it if something just feels wrong, deeply understand every facet of a project, but be ready to bounce around several of those projects in a day, and remain focused on the here and now, but always looking out for the early signs of future issues. And the more I explored and understood my own traits, the more it started to feel like I had essentially just made a career out of being neurodivergent without even knowing it. And with games absolutely being one of my special interests, that means I'm basically just paid to be autistic and ADHD, which is kind of great. Plus, Roll7 was a fully remote studio, so it also started to click why I found that setup so much more enjoyable, freeing, and efficient. I didn't have to deal with a commute, which means either boring traffic or lots of people, and having to be out of the house for 12 hours a day. A loud office space, again, very peoply, lovely as they all are, and a constant source of distraction. Eye contact, not an issue over Zoom calls. Missed or misunderstood communication, Everything was written down in Slack for ease of later reference, and so on. I won't lie and say it's all sunshine and rainbows, though. What I would argue is just hyperfocus. Others might suggest is self-imposed crunch, which, if you don't know, is the thankfully diminishing practice of forcing teams to work long hours over an extended period in order to meet deadlines. What I see as my ADHD brain just bouncing between specialisms, others might argue is doing 4 jobs but only being paid for 1. What I see as dedication to my team and commitment to our players, others might see as being on call 24/7. I'm not saying anyone has specifically taken advantage of my neurodivergence, but I do need to be reminded, often by my amazingly supportive fiancé, but occasionally by my manager and colleagues, to allow myself some rest. On that podcast I mentioned, QA UDHD, if anyone's interested, I've even warned of things like burnout. I'm just not good at practicing what I preach on that. There have also been times of miscommunication and misunderstanding, and I know it's not just me because I've had neurodivergent colleagues come up to me and say things like, I thought the same as you, or I was just as surprised as you. This has led to everything from minor confusion to some fairly significant issues in my career. It's led me to be more mindful of potential gaps or misunderstandings, misinterpretations in my understandings, and to plug those gaps by getting written confirmation and asking more questions, although the latter has been known to annoy some people. Meetings at work can also be interesting. You can pretty much pick out the neurodivergent ones in our team because someone will say something in a particular way or inadvertently deliver some obscure quote from a show we all like, and only 4 or 5 of us will snicker under our breath while everyone else carries on oblivious. My poor manager, though. Everyone on our team is neurodivergent in some way, if not more than one. However, he is fortunately very patient and very understanding. What has working in games done for me? Well, it's kind of crazy when you think about it. I finally moved out of my parents' house when I landed the job at Sega. I bought my own home and had my first child when I got the job at Curve. I got my life-affirming ADHD diagnosis while living my best life working remotely at Roll7, and got to look suave in a tux on stage at the BAFTA Awards. And now I have another beautiful baby boy, a wedding to plan, and a host of exciting personal projects keeping me busy now that I'm at Aonic. On another upside, I've made some amazing friends working in games. As my therapist used to say, I found my tribe, which is hardly surprising since there's such a disproportionately high number of neurodivergent people in the games industry. As you may have already noticed, we have a huge, passionate, welcoming community of people, supported by amazing groups like Autistic at Play, Playing Attention, Limit Break Mentorship, Impact, and of course, GaConf. In fact, at my very first Develop Brighton conference, I attended a roundtable discussion for neurodivergent professionals, and, well, for one thing, it became immediately apparent that we needed one of the bigger rooms, and for another, we learned very quickly why you don't stick 3 people with ADHD in charge of a short, open-ended discussion about neurodivergence. We talked about 20 different things, completely lost track of who had questions, got very little done, and ran over time. But we did all have a great laugh. I personally felt very at home, and you could tell how happy everyone was that the session even existed in the first place. Also at that conference, I heard my first talk on the value of and principles behind good UX design, and realised how much it overlapped with the work I'd been doing for years in and around accessibility. This led to a 3-year autistic deep dive into UX, human-computer interaction, playtesting, user experience research, and so on. From that, I've started working more closely with our lead community developer, who runs internal and external playtesting, player experience studies, studios, and so on. It never ceases to amaze how much you can personally get from either sticking with one discipline and becoming the best at it you can be, or from bouncing around and learning lots of different skills in different areas. It's practically impossible to get bored working in games. On another note about amazing people, it's been great in recent years to feel so seen and understood. For example, we did some karaoke at a work event a while ago, and only a few of my colleagues were aware that I take singing quite seriously. Yes, that's me. Which meant it came as a shock when little old me bust it out, me and Mrs. Jones go the distance and dream on, including the high parts. So much so that someone asked one of my team, "Where did that come from? He's usually so quiet." To which they responded, "Yeah, but you gave him a microphone. This is one of his special interests." That sort of advocacy and acknowledgement of my little quirks just made me feel so much like I belong. Although, don't get me wrong, I still get imposter syndrome. Doing this, for one thing. And I mean, I mentioned being a subject matter expert on that course for gamesquality.org. The intro to the course online says it was put together by some of the greatest minds working in game development today. And it was. There was a very experienced QA architect from Epic Games, the operations manager from Xbox Studios Quality, someone who literally wrote a book on games QA, and similarly experienced people from Ubisoft, PlayStation Studios, and me. Yeah. I'm incredibly proud of myself for not being considered out of place amongst all that, and so very grateful for the opportunity. But I read that, and my brain just went, "And Peggy," like in Hamilton. The struggle is real. Anyway, in conclusion, what's it like being a neurodivergent person working in the games industry? Well, to reinforce what I said earlier about relating to the world largely through quotes from The Office, I've worked in this industry for over 12 years. My job has largely been to identify issues, raise concerns about product risks, and report bugs. Even if I didn't love every minute of it, everything I have, I owe to this industry. This stupid, wonderful, definitely not boring, amazing industry. Thank you for listening. And if you want to find me on socials or follow the QA UDHD podcast, here's what you need to look for. I hope you enjoyed the rest of GaConf. I know I will.
I absolutely love DJ's talk. And I think more of us need to talk about the skill of being able to read a script so naturally. I to share a story, when I was working at Xbox, I was hosting a live show where they had a script for me to read on a teleprompter. And literally, when it went to the first trailer to play, the producer of the show had to walk over and remind me I could smile. So that is a skill that you need to feel amazing that you can accomplish, because not everyone can just read a typed up script like that and make it seem so natural and welcoming and phenomenal. You know, it was amazing hearing your work, your story, and how with just how your brain works, the things that work well for you and the things that you need to watch out for. And I can say as someone who has ADHD that yeah, the games can be a great place for us, but we do have to watch out as well. I loved the uh what did you call special interest self-imposed crunch? You know, because you have to be careful because maybe one day, you know, you'll be with another game dev friend and you're a person who loves to think big picture and like have ideas but never follow through on anything but be motivated by spite. And so you'll talk about being mad and think someone should do a game accessibility conference. And then your other friend who's much more into like the details and order and making things actually happen will follow up on it. And then next thing you know, you're hosting an event at oh, well, good news. It's 7:30. The sun's up. Anyway, I absolutely loved it. Everyone loved the musical references. It was a great talk. So we will be back in about 5 minutes for our last micro talk of the day. So go take a short break and I'll see you on the other side. All right, and for our last micro talk of the day, have you seen the Accessibility Summer Showcase or have you been hiding under a rock? Well, it has been an amazing thing to be able to, alongside all of the other showcases, have one that's specifically dedicated to the topic of game accessibility. And today we're lucky enough to have the brains behind the operation, Laura Kate Dale, come and tell us some of the metrics, some of the numbers, and how some of this accessibility marketing has actually been impacting these games. So let's check it out.
Hello, and thank you for coming along to this talk as part of GaConf Europe. This talk is called The Statistics Behind Accessibility Advertising. I'm going to talk quite quickly because I only have 15 minutes and I have a lot that I want to talk about. So, very quick introduction. My name is Laura Kate Dale. I am a full-time video game critic and content creator. I have been for over a decade, and for the past 6 years my focus has been on accessibility. I create a weekly video series called Accessibility, teaching accessibility basics and providing accessibility-focused game reviews. And on alternating weeks, I host a video game accessibility podcast called Control-Alt-Access with accessibility advocate Arevia. I also work as a freelance accessibility consultant with credits on games such as Life is Strange Double Exposure. The Accessibility Summer Showcase had its debut in June of 2023, and has been an annual event each June since. The event was born out of a frustration at the lack of accessibility-focused information being made available during Summer Games Fest week. Every year, in early June, a wide variety of companies produce trailer showcase live streams of varying topics and scales, showcasing upcoming video games due to release in the year ahead. This is, without a doubt, the highest concentration of video game promotional marketing live streams of the year. In June of 2025, for example, more than 15 showcase events aired online in the span of just 4 days, with additional showcase live streams taking place in the week before and after that condensed batch. While you might get lucky and catch a very quick mention of accessibility in 1 or 2 individual trailers, broadly speaking, most of the game trailers shared across these hours and hours of programming do not discuss accessibility in any form. This was the inspiration for initially creating the Accessibility Summer Showcase. The aim was to have at least one showcase during this deluge of game trailer presentations, which featured accessible, adapted showcase variants, and where every trailer detailed the accessibility features and limitations of their game, so that disabled players would know with confidence if an exciting-sounding game was likely to be playable for them or not upon release. Additionally, games would only be selected for inclusion in the showcase if their developers had made a decent effort to make their game accessible to a wide range of disabled gamers. Effort was put into ensuring that for as many disabled gamers watching as possible, there would be multiple games from multiple genres that would be playable for them, so that viewers would have a chance to find a game that's thematically interesting to them, not just have to settle for the only game that's accessibly playable. The showcase is basically my solo passion project. I pay my wife Jane to help with editing the finished showcase, but otherwise it's basically a solo, self-funded operation. I attempt to find sponsorships where possible for the event, purely to cover the costs of producing ASL and BSL adapted versions. I'm very thankful that Sightless Combat records our audio descriptions free of charge. So, in terms of statistics, let's start with my own data and some of the publicly visible numbers. The 2023 Summer Showcase clocked in at 45 minutes in length and covered 15 games. The main YouTube upload of the showcase brought in 7,700 views. The audio-described showcase brought in around 650, the ASL version was viewed 300 times, and the BSL 370. This brought our total number of views to around 9,000 YouTube views for the full showcase. We also uploaded trailers for each game individually. Added together, these individual trailer uploads were viewed around 5,000 times cumulatively. This brings the YouTube views for our first year to around 14,000 for a first-time accessibility-focused showcase. We also averaged around 250 concurrent viewers during our Twitch broadcast. This first year struggled to get much attention in advance of airing, but did get a decent amount of press coverage after, with very positive and favourable coverage of the event and its games on sites including Eurogamer, The Verge, Polygon, Can I Play That, and IGN. Jumping ahead to 2024, the main showcase brought in around 8.6 thousand viewers, 350 ASL viewers, 180 BSL, and 700 audio-described views. Standalone trailer uploads for 16 games brought in approximately 5,000 more views. The showcase brought in a similar number of live Twitch viewers as the first year. Our total YouTube views for the event were around 15,000. Press coverage after the fact was similar to the first year, but this time the event did receive a lot more coverage in advance of airing, with a decent number of gaming websites listing the event in their official Schedule of Summer Games Fest events lists. Press coverage after the fact was similar to the first year, but this time the event received a lot more coverage in advance of airing, with a decent number of gaming websites listing the event in their official Schedule of Summer Games Fest events. I made the showcase available to watch a week early under embargo for press. I pitched this as a way to prepare additional Summer Games Fest content without adding more work to that incredibly busy week itself. The event was deliberately, alphabetically, and chronologically positioned to be the first showcase to appear on most website schedules for that week, with the Accessibility name and being scheduled for a few hours prior to Jeff Keighley's big budget showcase, positioning at the top of most lists. The 2024 showcase was the first year that I was able to contact Valve and arrange for the showcase to have a presence on Steam during Summer Games Fest, creating an event page. This page was visible for 1 week, starting when the showcase went live, and featured all of the games included in the showcase, organised by the types of accessibility support that they offered. Games included in the showcase featured a banner on their Steam page, which, if clicked, would direct users to view the rest of the games in the collection. On the first year, we had 2.3 million impressions on Steam, but only converted this to around 15,000 engaged users. Obviously, some of this is down to accessibility being a niche topic when presented broadly to a wide number of gamers, but it did show that I was going to need to work harder on the following year's Steam event to work out how to better convert views into engagement. Looking at the 2025 showcase, we brought in around 8,000 YouTube views on the main broadcast, 50 minutes long, 170 BSL viewers, 250 ASL viewers, and 550 audio-described viewers. 2025's showcase featured 18 games, and we experimented with uploading both the standard trailers as well as the audio-described trailer variants as individual uploads. This brought in around 6,000 additional views. Our total YouTube views for the event were again around 15,000. However, our Steam event metrics for 2025 were dramatically improved. Valve agreed to include the Summer Showcase in the Summer Games Fest section of Steam for 2025, which involved more prominent promotion to users logging into Steam, placement of our event page alongside other event pages prominently shown in the Steam homepage, and the ability to live stream the showcase live on Steam for users to watch within the Steam client. While the audience watching on Steam skewed a lot more heavily toward viewers who were not already invested in accessibility as a subject, the live audience on that platform were really receptive to the trailers being shown regardless. This was able to capture an audience who might not have otherwise clicked on an accessibility-focused showcase, assuming that it wasn't designed for them. 541,000 people saw the showcase broadcast on Steam, with 500 of those live viewers engaging with the chat and watching an extended amount of the showcase. Over 1 million people saw promotion on Steam for the event page, with 53,000 of those clicking through and looking at the games in the event, a considerable increase in conversions from the previous year. I suspect that some of this is due to Steam making it clearer that the event was a games showcase taking place during Summer Games Fest season, better setting up user expectations and encouraging click-throughs. Lastly, 2025 saw a noticeable uptick in YouTubers and Twitch streamers watching the Accessibility Summer Showcase live with their communities, reacting to reveals in real time. This was something that I tried to encourage from the event's first year, but I found difficult to encourage initially with the first-time event, with it having a niche focus and no prior showcase that I could use to help set up expectations for the scale of the announcements. I made the showcase available in advance under embargo for any YouTubers who wanted to pre-record reaction streams, again pitching this as a way to create additional Summer Games Fest content without making their workload busier on the week itself. From speaking to some people who streamed reactions to the event, its placement on Steam was in many cases a major factor in its perceived legitimacy. Overall, looking at the public-facing numbers, the Accessibility Summer Showcase has had a pretty stable-sized dedicated audience in its first 3 years, with very stable viewership numbers for the main showcase and each of its adapted versions. This suggests that there is a dedicated audience of disabled gamers returning year after year looking for accessibility-focused and accessibly delivered game marketing during this week of audience attention. While viewership numbers certainly don't rival the biggest showcases during that week, featuring titles from major game publishers, a showcase that is focused on primarily indie titles can carve out a dedicated audience in a week where the sheer number of showcases happening can result in audience fatigue. Some of the information shared by developers that I'm about to talk about will be anonymised in this talk at the requests of developers or publishers, but I will, where permitted, be specific with data that was shared with me. In no particular order, I'm going to start by talking about a game that was showcased in the 2024 Summer Showcase, Periphery Synthetic. A non-violent first-person Metroidvania, fully playable via audio cues, Periphery Synthetic's developer almost had to pull out of the 2024 Summer Showcase event due to not having the time to produce a trailer in time for the event's editing deadline. I stepped in because I really believed in the game, and created a trailer on the developer's behalf to ensure they could be included. That game received highly glowing press coverage on both Eurogamer and The Verge, which put the game on the radar of the wider gaming accessibility community. In the developer's own words, this created so much momentum for the project leading up to its release and subsequent award nominations, including the Indie Game Awards. In terms of Steam page views for the game, the developer said, "In general, the showcase doubled the average daily visits, and visits have stabilized around that level in 2026. This may be a good opportunity for me to talk about the showcase's seeming impact on the games that get highlighted annually for accessibility-focused end-of-the-year gaming awards. While I obviously cannot draw a one-to-one line between games being showcased in the Summer Showcase and getting awards attention, I can highlight that in 2024, as a sample year, 3 out of 5 nominees for the GaConf Indie Excellence Award, including Periphery Synthetic, Botany Manor, and Pine Hearts, were titles that were showcased in the AA Summer Showcase that year. Similarly that year, at the 2024 Indie Game Awards, 3 out of 6 nominations were AA Summer Showcase titles, Periphery Synthetic, Elsie, and Pine Hearts. Going back to individual game-specific data, the game Wednesdays, a game about emotionally processing trauma, saw around 800 new wishlists on Steam over a 4-day period following their inclusion in the Accessibility Summer Showcase 2025. Brock the Investigator, a side-scrolling point-and-click adventure game with brawling combat sequences, playable by sightless blind players, had a trailer included in the 2023 Accessibility Summer Showcase. While the developer didn't share showcase-specific stats for this talk, they did want to share that 950 people out of the 16,500 who completed a playthrough of the game made use of their accessibility features. Their most used accessibility feature by far was their set of blind player accessibility tools, which were the tools that we primarily focused on talking about during the Summer Showcase. Between 5 to 10% of the game's player base made use of the accessibility features that they promoted during the showcase. Bits and Bobs by Tempo Lab Games featured in the 2025 Summer Showcase. The game's developers are certain, in their words, that their inclusion in the showcase had a notable impact on attention for their game, noting in particular that they noticed people joining their Discord, specifically mentioning the AA Summer Showcase as being what brought the game to their attention, and got them interested enough to go and seek out a community around that game. Upheaval is a text-based open-world roguelike adventure, currently still in development. Included in the 2023 and 2024 Summer Showcases, developer Alex Leone shared that Upheaval received more than 1,000 wish lists for the game directly attributable to inclusion in the showcase, as well as noticing word-of-mouth buzz generated by existing fans of the game excited to see the game included in a showcase event, though the impact of that word-of-mouth buzz is harder to track. Half Sunk Games, developers of Blow Up, Avenge Humanity, included in the 2025 Summer Showcase, saw a spike of 366 wish lists for their game during its live broadcast. Their game is still in development, with several hundred more wish lists in the days that followed the initial broadcast. Looking at the anonymized and public data shared with me by developers, inclusion of a trailer in the Accessibility Summer Showcase could be directly attributed to, on average, a spike of around 1,100 wish lists per game over a 4-day window directly following the live broadcast. There are some outliers in both directions, but I would say this is a fair estimate to share publicly. This translates This translates to each game getting wishlisted by around 1 in every 15 viewers, or around a 6.6% conversion rate to wishlisting on average. Of note, many developers who have been included in the Accessibility Summer Showcase over the past 3 years have used the work done for the showcase as a starting point for accessibility promotion as their games approached closer to launch. The survival climbing game Cairn, for example, posted the Accessibility Summer Showcase trailer for the game to their own social channels after the showcase was over, and included the same trailer on a dedicated accessibility information webpage immediately prior to the game's launch. Many other developers involved in the showcase have followed a similar blueprint, using the showcase for an initial set of eyes on their trailer that are invested in finding accessible video games, then reusing the trailers to save work down the line and provide accessibility information resources as release approaches. Additionally, while I cannot share specifics at this stage, I can share that over the past 3 years, 3 games shown in the Accessibility Summer Showcase have found publishers as a direct result of their inclusion in the event. I know that this is a lot of information and I've gone through it very quickly. Feel free to reach out to me at laurakbuzzofficial@gmail.com if you would like to ask any follow-up questions, or catch me in the Discord chat if you're watching this broadcast live. The 2026 Summer Showcase will be airing on June 5th. If you're watching this talk when it's broadcast live, submissions for games to be included are still open until this Friday, with a few weeks window to produce trailer materials. I would love to hear from you if you would be interested in showcasing a game during this year's event, or would be open to sponsoring the event to help cover the costs of adaptive versions being produced. Thank you very much. I hope I'd squeeze this into 15 minutes. Thank you.
So, Laura did manage to get a lot in 15 minutes. So many amazing facts and figures about the impact, and really the key thing being here that particularly for these indies, this is making a noticeable impact on the number of people seeing their titles and engaging with it. And if you are interested, just to reiterate the last thing she said, if you are interested in being part of the summer showcase, please reach out to Laura by this upcoming Friday. That is the day you have to contact her by to get in the summer showcase, because this does take a lot of time to get together. Got to get the all of the games together, got to get the trailers, got to get it edited, and then need to get together all of the adapted accessible versions and get that prepped. So yes, please. Submissions are open for this year until Friday for games to be included. And again, if you are a content creator this summer, consider doing a watch live stream with your community. It is, always fantastic to share that with, all of the people enjoying your gaming. And with that, we are going to be taking our afternoon break. So this break will be a half hour. So get up, stretch, get a beverage, stay hydrated, and then we will be back for the last 2 talks of the day. So, all right, enjoy your break.
Hello.
All right. Again, trying my best not to jump scare everyone. Welcome back because from the break, I hope that you found it relaxing, enjoyable, and maybe got yourself a little snack as always. So, our next chat is all about VR. How do you take a super physical VR experience and make it accessible without making it bolt-on accessibility and making it a core part of your experience? Well, lucky for us, we are going to hear all about it and all of the work that was done on Unseen Diplomacy 2 and how they managed to accomplish this.
Hello, I'm Katie Good. I'm Creative Director of Triangular Pixels. I'm here today to talk about how we're developing accessible room-scale VR with Unseen Diplomacy 2. So first, why do we want to do this? Unseen Diplomacy 1 was a Vive game that we made as a quick game jam, just in 1 month. And this is for a physical in-person event. We were really concerned at the time that someone might be coming to play but wouldn't be able to do all the physical crawling, jumping, rolling around that we expected all our players to do. So we introduced a restricted movement mode. This turned off all the crawling and put all the different objects onto surfaces so players didn't have to crawl around on the floor. The quickest thing that we could do was creating alternative rooms and turning off content that players we knew would end up struggling with. Being a jam game, we didn't really think about the commercial aspects of the game. We knew for Unseen Diplomacy 2, we wanted to make it much more accessible so more players could play. As you can see here, Unseen Diplomacy 2 still requires the same sort of physical rolling and crawling around. Our tagline for Unseen Diplomacy 2 internally was "Spying Your Way." We believed that as many people as possible should be able to get the chance to save the world, no matter the space, setup, or your abilities. In Unseen Diplomacy 2, we've built a wide range of accessible options to make sure that you can experience the thrill of being a secret agent in your own way. I'm going to go now through all the different ways we're helping to make this really physical virtual reality game much more accessible than ever. First, we'll start with our visuals. We started with our art style. First of all, VR content has to be rendered at lower resolutions because you're rendering the content twice, of course, with one for each eye. But then, especially on mobile devices, we really wanted to still support Quest 2, as we knew that the Quest 3 was always going to be a more premium device and more expensive. Got this idea of people wanting to hand down devices as well. So from the very ground up, we created an art style that will work best for those mobile devices. Realistic textures can also get really messy and really hard to find key objects on. Like the whole world sort of gets really blurry when you get really close to it as well, because naturally as you put your head next to a realistic texture, you can just see those pixels starting to appear. First of all, we've made our textures as clean as possible, really striking colours, really crisp lines, high contrast, and added these really strong black lining, comic book black lining, as many places as possible to really make everything pop. This black lining is particularly cool technology because it sort of uses what fonts use to render. So when you get your face really close to it, it never goes blurry. It's always incredibly crisp. This means no matter how much you need to place an object in your eyes to see what it is, you'll always be able to see it. With our bots, we carried on our comic book art styling. So all our robots have computerized voices and are all subtitled. Players just need to know what they're doing. They might not even catch their animation. Obviously, they might not be able to see the animation up close. It could also be hard to hear them, depending on how and where the players are and if they're around the corner from the robot. There could be loads of robots going on too. So we just put subtitling above where that robot is so you can see where they are and you get a positional idea of where they are in that level. You can see what they're saying, and their call outs will be informing the player of what they're doing. We extended the call outs that most games use with their AI to actually inform the players what else is happening in the world with all the types of audio feedback they'll be getting too. This is all the onomatopoeia, these visual call-outs that you see throughout the level. The reason why we put them in is because we felt like people who are hard of hearing need to be able to know what's going on, need to get that extra layer of feedback still. And actually, it really fit in with our art style, so we carried it all the way through. It's now much easier for anyone to be able to see the source of a sound effect, even without sound on. It also means that it's much easier for someone to potentially understand what's going on. It says click or flick or flap, like you understand the volume of something by how thick and bold the onomatopoeia is. I think now this is a really critical part of our art style, and really shows that any sort of accessibility feature doesn't have to feel tagged on and doesn't have to feel like it's something optional extra you have to turn on that takes away from the experience. But an accessibility feature can be added as part and it actually improve the visual experience for everybody. Next, we want to make sure that people can play in the way that they want to. First of all, obviously we can't really assume that everyone's playing with 2 controllers. 2 controllers means 2 sets of batteries. 2 controllers means making sure that both are functioning all the time. Obviously, not to mention that it assumes that people can hold 2 controllers at the same time. It's actually quite surprising the amount of times that I've always had one of my controllers ring out a battery and I have to sit there and wait for hours for it to charge. There's lots of places in the game we had to think about one-handed controls. What this means is that all the buttons on the left controller are mapped onto the right controller. They're mirrored and identical. But then we also had to think about how gadgets were going to be used, how UI was going to be used, how you were going to climb. For climbing, we did something like airtime. So you have a grace period where you start to sweat if you let go of a ladder. It's like you're going to drop, and then after a period of time you would drop. But in that grace time, you've got time to move your same hand up. For the UI watch, normally you have your watch on your wrist. You can use your hand to boot the watch. Obviously, that's very hard to do if you've just got that one watch on your one hand. You can't just reach your fingers around and try and touch the back of your wrist. It's not really possible. So we put in a floating watch. So if it detects there's only one controller, it will turn on a floating watch and you can interact with it as any other spy would. And of course, with the watch, we can't assume that everyone is left or right-handed. So you have obviously got the ability to switch where the wristwatch is. So if you are playing with one right hand, then the wristwatch hovers on your left side or is on your left wrist. If you're left-handed, it will go on your right wrist. The benefit of being on PC is that we can use the Steam controller remapping. That means if players are mix and matching controllers for some reason, they can completely reassign buttons themselves. We've even provided guides to players to be able to how to do this, because it can be quite complicated. We made sure that all our actions were very clear and obvious in terms of naming, so players wouldn't necessarily be confused by action A, action B, etc. They will know that, say, for example, a jump button is jump, and that they can move that jump to wherever they would like to be. Of course, this also has the added benefit of any future hardware we don't know about yet might have a completely different layout, and that players with that future hardware can reassign buttons as they need to. For our super physical game, players have to walk themselves around, crawl, roll underneath lasers, move through vents, but not everyone has the room to do this. Obviously, people do get tired. Some people are just unable to as well. For example, I was actually pregnant while developing the game, and I couldn't be able to move around as I used to be able to do. So we added artificial movement. We've got a few different kinds. We've got the ability to stand in a spot and move your arms. It actually works sitting down as well, so you can just sort of move your arms to move around, and you still have to be able to duck and weave. This enables players to be physical, but not necessarily have to move themselves completely around. And then we've got full limited movement for those who need that more sedate experience, where they can turn and move just using the controllers. That means they can play completely seated and sitting forward. We also allow players to completely mix and match from all the different available options to what best suits them. Adding locomotion means that we need to add comfort options. Smooth movement in VR, where you get acceleration, can make people feel really sick. So we have the ability to have snap movement, so that snaps the players around in increments instead, so they don't feel any acceleration, so they don't feel sick. Some people really like the smooth movement, but we also add what we call comfort blinkers, where it brings in the field of view around the player's eyes. If you decrease their field of view and cover it in a fog, basically, then it means that they don't get this big visual movement past their eyes. It means they don't get sick. Players can mix and match what they need again. As for the other kinds of locomotion that we need to think about, if players can't necessarily crawl or duck, or if people are shorter, such as my child, they need to be able to tiptoe and need to be able to reach higher, then players need to be able to press a button to be able to do those actions. So we're no longer removing gameplay, we're now giving players the options to artificially change their stance. We also have the ability to shimmy sideways, because if you're trying to go around a short ledge, try to go through a short space, a normal first-person capsule might not let you inside, but you can press a button to be able to fit into slim spaces and feel like you're still shimmying along. Again, with shorter people, they need to be able to reach. And some people's arms can get really tired by all the movement that VR requires, especially as the controllers can be quite heavy. So maybe what you need to be able to do sometimes is be able to stretch your arms out artificially. We allow you to be able to do this, but we also give you the ability to choose exactly how far you want to be able to stretch them. So if you just need a little support, you can. Or if you need the maximum level support, you can really reach your arms out with very little tiny movement. While we were actually creating the game, one of our developers had an essential tremor themselves. So he really needed to calm down his arm movements and really struggled with the small intricate actions that people need to do in VR. So we added the controlled smoothing, which smooths out and averages your movement and still allows you to feel like you're controlling everything in the world as you do, but sort of just takes off that edge. And again, this is completely adjustable and toggleable as well. So when you feel like something's suddenly coming on, then you can turn it on and you can adjust it to be not very sensitive at all. So it just takes the edge off a bit, or completely smooths them out. So you really feel like you're almost going through treacle to play the game. We've added a load of options as well for people who need to be able to focus more on what's going on or to understand gameplay. Many people who have watched VR games probably know of Rich's plank experience, where players get pushed onto a plank that's looking over a bunch of skyscrapers in the middle of the air. Well, some people really can't do heights, and that's pretty much the main phobia that would be in our game. So what we do is that every single room we've tagged with a height, and players can just what sort of heights they want to be able to see in the game. Being a procedural game and having so much content, it's quite easy to take this sort of content out, and what will be inserted is new gameplay instead. Alternate control schemes need to be explained a bit. So when you are holding an object with your virtual hands and it hits a table, and then you try and put your hand through the virtual table, then these 3 different options describe the different things that the object can end up doing. So what happens to your real hand? What happens to your virtual hand? Now, your real hand is always going to move through the virtual table. There's obviously no way we can stop your real hand. But where does your virtual glove go? Does it go through the table as well? Or does it stay above the table and you've got this ghost hand? This is the difference between the magnetic and cinematic options, where one makes a ghost hand appear above the table where it would be and allows your glove to go through, and then the other one does it the other way around. So the sort of VR glove stays above the table and a ghost hand appears where your real controllers are. The third option is more interesting though for accessibility. This is because some people just need that extra bit of visibility of what they're holding. And fingers, virtual fingers, not having full control over them means it sort of can get in the way. Some people might want to be able to completely turn off those virtual hands. So when they're picking up an object, they just see the object itself and they can rotate it and see every single detail on it. So what I found with VR gaming, especially for new VR gamers, is that people are really not very observant. This is because in traditional flat games, you can really pose the camera and point it to what the players need to see. In VR, you obviously can't do this. And some people might need that extra support to be able to just focus on what they need to be looking for. So we've added like this big light on top of goals that can be toggled on and off. So it's not there all the time. It's only there when the player says, okay, I need to know what I need to do next. Continuing on the focus theme, some players find the music or random ambience distracting. You need to be able to adjust the volume independently of the sound effects, ambience, and music. If people also want to be able to stream the game as well, they might also find the music sort of stomps over their real voice. So again, they might want to turn off that music. So in our game, players can individually control all those 3 different areas. And they can do this completely at runtime as well, not just in the main options menu, so mid-level. Our comic book pop-ups panels came about because we were thinking about ways of showing the player what they had to do next and what events they've done within the game. Now again, normal 2D games, this isn't really a problem. You can have something that pops up in the corner, it tells you in text what to do. In VR games, you can just have subtitles, something that pop up in the corner. But we wanted to keep with our comic book art styling and really wanted to make big pictures to explain what's happened. Players also won't remember to always check any sort of in-game menus as well, and may miss more subtle or audio cues or visual cues. When the player does an in-game event, such as completing a mission or opening a locked door, a little comic book pop-up, which have lovely 3D objects within them, so they've got a lovely depth as well, pops up. And it will always pop up within the player's view. So the player will know if they've been spotted or if they still need to unlock a door. There's a few moments in the game where we do have screen shake. And again, this is somewhere where players can get motion sickness from, but also some people find this just really distracting too. So in our game, you can adjust the level of screen shake yourself. You can have it obviously very minute or completely off or completely full blast and really rocks the room. When you're a spy in our world and you're physically having to dodge through lasers or go underneath crushers or just avoid bots, this all requires movement, which is obviously incredibly fast. Some players might not be able to move that fast or react as quickly in in-game events, or just need to have more time to plan. So we added the ability to slow down time within the game. This still allows players to move just as fast as they would in real life, but slows down all the other in-game events. Again, this is something that you can toggle as a player yourself when you want it to happen, rather than just being on all the time. As I mentioned before, some players are just not as observant. We added warning zones to key areas where you might have a big slicing object coming through, a big axe, or maybe a big anvil that's going to hit on your head, so that players have some chance to be able to tell. It's like, oh, there's this weird warning area that's appeared over my body that's just starting to go into this area. It means there must be something here before the big slam happens. What we found particularly in our game is that players will share their headset round between friends to show off what their VR kit can do, and we'll use our game as an example of how amazing VR can be. This is great, but also means that players might not have done any sort of tutorial or anything. Some players might also just need a bit more support in remembering what's happening or what to do. So at any time on your wristwatch menu in the game, you can open up a full guide into all different bots, gadgets, threats, challenges that you would be coming across. Now we need to talk about flexibility in what we've done. So again, people can be sharing the game, and it means that might not be wanting to do a full campaign to be able to just quickly show off the game. Something that I obviously struggle with as a parent now is having time commitment. I might not want to sit there and do a full campaign, or might not have the energy or the ability to do a full campaign. And some people just don't like that feeling of consequence and threat. So what we did was we added a VR training, which is basically our quick play mode. So at any point you can stop the campaign and just quickly do a random small level instead, without any sort of consequences and what's going to happen in your main campaign. Also at the same time, at any point you can drop out and go back to lobby and play the tutorials. The tutorials are not forced upon anyone. They can be done at any point in the game, like even if you've completed the game. Again, this is great for people who might be sharing the game mid-play, or again, when people might need a bit of support in remembering what to do or what the controls are. The most complicated thing that we've implemented for Unseen Diplomacy 2 is our smart room scaling. So the previous game required 4 meters by 3 meters to be able to play. That was because we had set room sizes and we sort of just switched them on and off in order, and you just went in a circle. Whereas obviously most players don't have that space, or at least not in the UK. Only those who are obviously more wealthy potentially have a really large empty space that they can use. Players will have smaller or odd shaped rooms. They might have furniture or people that need to be in the room with them, or devices that they need alongside them. So we allow players to be able to mark up their room area. Then we generate all the levels around the room area that they marked up, even if it's an odd wiggly shape. So they get the best gameplay out of the space they have. Now, as you may have noticed, I've also been talking about lots of potential options for slowing down time, or being able to turn on controller notification, etc, etc. And we run out of buttons very quickly on VR controllers, especially through mirroring them. But fortunately with VR, we do get the ability of doing gestures. So players can select what type of support they need and are able to toggle it by holding what we call like their spy headset, either on the left ear or the right ear. They'll hear a short, sharp beep, and they'll see feedback on their screen, which shows that something's been triggered, and then that whatever they've set as that binding will happen. So that's been my quick overview of all the different features within Unseen Diplomacy 2 and how we've made a super physical game be as accessible as possible. As a small micro studio, I feel like we've punched well beyond our weight in terms of what we've managed to add this time for our game, and hopefully we'll get to do more next time. I've been Katie Good. You can follow me on my own website, mrsgame.dev. You've got our company website, triangularpixels.com, and you can buy the game now from unseendiplomacy2.com on Steam and on MetaQuest. Thank you.
I mean, I think she did a fantastic job of summarizing it at the end when Katie said, "We hope as a micro indie, we're punching well above our weight class." And it absolutely is amazing how much they managed to get in. I think that Harriet summed it up in chat amazingly. You know, this game covered so many areas. There is so much here across the entire Gimlet, the ent all of the areas of barriers. I can't read my own handwriting there. But really, there was so much thought put in every area from mobility to cognitive to motion sickness to even the idea of a smart room size. That's something that is revolutionary. And this is definitely something that VR games of all types could learn from. So definitely one, if you're working in VR, send it to your coworkers, send it to your friends, and buy it now, right? We love supporting devs who are putting in this level of effort. And again, especially as a small indie studio, the fact that they were able to put all of this in one game is absolutely amazing. So we're going to be taking another short break, just over 10 minutes, and then we will actually be back with the very last talk of the day. I know, I can't believe that we're there already, but we are. So yes, go get ready for the final talk, and I will see you on the other side of the break. All right, I have someone was excited for our last talk. He saw that it was many cats, and so he thought perhaps he should be here. This is Wesker. He's very mad that I moved him. Oh, yeah. He's a good boy. Okay, he's vicious now. Oh, okay, he's gonna stay on my lap though, apparently. So, to round out our game accessibility conference, we have a talk from Many Cats and all three employees at Many Cats who are a trio of ultimate force, positivity, hilarity, and most importantly, accessibility. So, this is the story of Many Cats Consulting.
Many cats, many cats, ooh, many, 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 many cats. I can't do the pop.
Welcome to the Many Cats Talk for GaConf 2026. So, Many Cats Studios was created as a way to help bridge the gap between disabled people like myself and the games industry, which I love so much. I'll get into a little bit later about how Many Cats got started and how we got to the point that we are now with this fully fledged professional accessibility team that works across so many different projects for so many different people, whether that's publishers or developers, indies to AAA. We really are getting into the front lines of helping out the teams that make games to help them make better games and more accessible games. In this talk, I will go into how I founded Many Cats and the reasons behind that. Then we will hear from Matthew and talking about what it means to be in a junior role. That will be followed by Harriet, who will be talking about the services that we provide, and then we will all talk about the future of accessibility. I'm Chris Goodyear, the CEO of Many Cat Studios, and it's been a part of my life as much as any of my other games career.
Yeah.
So I think an important thing to understand Many Cat Studios is to kind of understand me too. So how do you understand who I am? I'm always identified as disabled. I have always been deaf or hard of hearing. Well, I wear hearing aids in both my ears, and it was always something I've been quite forthright with. Especially as I got older, as I grew with more confidence about disability and myself. I've always had to sort of work. I've been one of those people from low social working background that always means you drilled into you that working is important and a part of your life. So, you know, being a disabled person and getting into these workplaces that I've worked from, where I worked in tourist shops to, you know, when I got my first actual professional jobs, which was working in fostering and adoption of all places. After university, and it was very interesting to sort of see around me going, oh, I'm good at my jobs, what I do, but there's always a little bit of layer of difficulty that maybe other people aren't experiencing, and I just, you know, took a long time to figure out why, and it literally came down to disability and inclusion in the workplace of it all. Even like in the early days of, like, you know, when I was right after uni and sort of honing my professional skills by going into an internship which involved in social services and adoption and fostering, it was a lot of, like, you know, phone work, and, you know, back in the day when phones still existed, kids, it meant, you know, I had to use this uncomfortable ability to sort of have a phone up to my ear, which I had obviously a hearing aid in, and realizing it's not quite as clear sounding as what I had from, you know, later on in life, where it comes with video calls and I'd be able to lip read and things like that. I went to university to try to get into games, and as many of us are very aware, it is a challenging field to get into, and you just get your first big break. And when I got my first big break, I still had the same experiences of the workplace that I experienced in other things, like, you know, marketing and the social services that I did. So it's a common thread throughout any industry, any working situation. So, you know, you can give yourself a bit of a sign of relief, games companies, you know, it's not like it's a very specific games thing that the workplace has its own challenges, but it was always a factor that was going to be a part of it. If you want more disabled voices in your workplaces, you have to acknowledge what that means to be a disabled person in your workplace. So that's a very convoluted way of going, like, the seeds of many cats were sort of been sowed and coming into my mind about what I wanted to do in life. The situation was my university came with this incubator program, which is all about creating businesses and creating your own little startups. 2016, 17, around then, this opportunity came up, and the university was sort of advertising. I thought, should I take a chance? Do I want to do this sort of thing? And I couldn't see anybody around me in terms of other social impact groups, other sort of non-profits actually doing things around disability, and that includes back then there weren't really as much focus on neurodiversity as well. So I was like, what am I waiting for? Maybe I should take a chance and do it. So I kind of did a smart/stupid thing. I actually left my first games job and went to this incubator and tried to come up with this business plan and figuring out it all. And actually I was very successful. I pitched my business and I was successful in securing a small grant to be able to start up and try it out. I was very fortunate that I succeeded in getting those grants. So even just like £5,000 for me, who coming from that low social-economic background, was a massive thing for me. And it was money I've never even seen in a bank account before, sort of thing. So it was big. And one of the early days of me pitching Manycats at that start was all about, how do I connect disabled and neurodivergent people to the games industry? How do we create opportunity and inspiration for the people out there, in young people, for schools and school leavers to go, oh, games could be a valid career for me? Because I just saw that the industry needed more of us to get in, sort of thing. So that early days Manycats was all about focusing about the schools of sort of early inspiration to go like early career development, sort of thing. And yeah, like I created a business that I thought was all about a grant-based income. I thought, I'll apply to grants, I'll get the money and be able to do the projects, the social-minded projects that I want to do. So growing like the education, the inspiration, the career guidance, and just get the funding and sort of thing. So yes, I was successful in getting sort of other little bits of fundings here and there. So I got help through Digital City, which is Teesside based help, as well as like a social enterprise community sort of grant, which was from Unlimited in the UK, which I got £5,000 from. So again, slowly building up money to sort of do this thing. But again, I was obviously on my own doing this, which obviously it's a challenge in itself. And it was always really small sort of things, events in the sort of northeast, working to schools, the school networks, and creating like little events, or assisting in events that they were doing for career guidance and stuff like that. So again, really sort of simplistic now, but it always was also very vital, because those things didn't exist. Games weren't going to SEN schools and actually talking to students and saying, hey, you could get career in games. Even like what I wanted to do, the first sort of inspiration, I thought events were really important. Connect with my fellow disabled developers and fellow disabled people that are working in games. So even those early days, I was sort of trying to create events to talk about it. Important that building up that connection, and that was the basis of a lot of like early day success, because I didn't realise just how funny, I know now just how important community is in parallel to accessibility, and even in inclusion, like it's all sort of connected. Of course it would be, it's obvious now, but back then maybe I didn't realise just as much how powerful that was, and the powerful the tool that was creating was. So I'm first to say it was obviously very challenging in those early days. I was very new to being a business owner, leader, and I didn't really know as much as, about grant funding, because it's a very nuanced thing to be able to succeed at getting massive grants, and I just wasn't that well connected to get those things. So even those early days, it was kind of like successful but not sustainable, I think is the best way to describe it. There was successes and highlights, but also the challenges I think were substantial, and I have to acknowledge that. So it's like, why didn't it work then, Chris? I think you would ask, why wasn't Manycats working in that first iteration of how we existed? I went for grant funding, which is obviously a bit unsustainable in the grand scheme of things, unless you get a massive grant of like $250,000, $500,000 sort of thing. You're just not going to sustain a multi-year approach, and a lot of these social changes need multiple years to really hone the social impact that we create. I am very fortunate that I've existed for many years now as Manycats, and we start to see some changes, whether that is, more and more people are getting seen and heard from, whether they're connected via many cats or, they're just kind of signposting to other people. And it's very important that we do that because, it's part of how we build up this community, this great community. I also had a big realization, and we just started to get that professional games experience, but it wasn't enough really to sustain a business and know what to do in a business sense and do that for other people. And so I realized that, and that's why, I had many cats kind of on the side as the volunteering thing while I went away and got career focused help in terms of getting other jobs and working for other people to collect those skills. So that's why I ended up in production and getting really great, amazing skills. And a lot of times with those early days of many cats, why it failed, I just couldn't focus on it because at the end of the day I wasn't living at home, I was on my own, I didn't have financial support from anybody, so I had to always get like a second job. So it doesn't mean those early days of many cat studios was a colossal failure, and it doesn't mean that all those things that we did were throwaway or not needed. So we had a lot of, when I realise now, when I look back at it, I didn't realise just how many hidden successes we had in all that failure. I created a podcast to really highlight disabled voices, and that was really well received. I still do the Many Cats Experts page to highlight other accessibility people that are coming up, whether they're trying to get established or they are very established, and that has helped lead to people getting work. So we launched our social impact campaign called Impact, and that was really about highlighting specific people, cohort of 6 each year to really, hey, disabled people in the industry isn't a bizarre thing. We do exist, you're just not looking hard enough. So we created all these different things, these resources that still exist today, and I didn't realise just how important they were to help us now, and realising that the industry definitely needed them because someone paid attention. People were noticing the things that I was creating. That's why we got noticed. So this past year has changed because the resources that we created in those early days of Many Cats meant we was able to create this Many Cats version 2. And this is what we do now. We are professionals that have accessibility knowledge and skill that can support developers, publishers in their accessibility journey, in their development journey, because this is all about making the best possible games. This is all about making the best possible games for players, for any players and all players. And the strongest part of Many Cats now is the fact that we are so diversely disabled. We represent so much of disability community in just this small little team, and I want to grow that. I want to keep making sure that we're adding more and more voices into the mix to be available for people to hire us, to have that diversity in accessibility. And this is kind of the main thing of this past year that was successful, because of the fact that we are different people, multiple voices. It's not just one voice that's got to be so careful to acknowledge the rest of the representation of accessibility, but having these different voices backing each other up, supporting each other, strengthening where we may be weak, or sort of getting that sort of passing the parcel to make sure that the pieces of us together make this super strong, high quality thing. So even from the past year, it has changed because the industry changes, and that's why the accessibility field needs to change. And I recognised that and was able to create this sort of service. And the whole point of what Many Cats can do compared to other consultancy or freelancers is the fact that we're basically stronger together. We take away the added layer of work and logistics and operational things that some companies just don't have the ability to do for themselves right now. That's why I angle Many Cats as a co-development. It's a service provider now. It's all about treating accessibility with the same respect that art gets, that QA get. Why shouldn't accessibility not have this as well? And this is why I'm glad that it's getting recognised so much, and the shift is that this is a vital service that's needed. Say, right, I've got a team, or I can get a team together. We have things like dev kits and all the other things that you expect from a professional service, and we have it ready to go, and we are ready, and we can get integrated into whatever team you have, sit on the side, whatever you need. This is what Many Cats does, and this is maybe why we're sort of different. The reason why I feel Many Cats is growing in strength and in success is because we are having that ability to learn and develop ourselves. The biggest weakness in accessibility is you don't give accessibility people enough time to hone their skills, to talk with other people in a long-term period. It's always going to be a place for everybody, really, because that's why the variety is the slice of life. But it's also the fact that if we say, give the players, as much adaptable control to the game as possible, and it will make it as accessible as possible, we should treat that the same as the industry as a whole. We've got to give them options and choice for industry, for the developers, for companies. So whether they need a company like ManyCats, whether they need a user research team, whether they need just a few freelancers, give them that variety, and it makes it a stronger industry, and it gives that chance, more opportunity for all of us, especially us disabled people. So why would I define myself as co-development or a service provider and not just pull on consultancy? I think it's because consultancy has such a dynamic usage in the accessibility field, specifically of obviously what a consultant could mean. I think a lot of misunderstanding about what an accessibility consultant can be, that it becomes a bit blurred, the lines of what is actually happening or what you're providing or doing. So that's why I sort of interjectly use different terms of service provider or co-development or just say consultant, because it's what you do. It's what we do. We tend to do sometimes with disability. I flip between whether saying disabled, calling myself deaf, or calling myself hard of hearing. It's all the same thing at the end of the day. But that's why I give you a sort of piece of advice if you are a freelancer at the moment, or you're wondering what consultant you may be. It's somebody asking you to come in and test their game or become a play tester for their user research session. It may be not relevant to say, oh, I'm an accessibility consultant. It might be more relevant to be right, I'm going in to be a user tester, and they will look me for my subject matter expertise, because that's what they lack in their team, and that's why they want to bring me in. And there's no shame in that. That is you being very good at developing yourself professionally, because you understand what you are and who you are and what you're selling, in a sense. A big thing to have a junior, and even that opportunity, is helping people like Matt to have that opportunity to get their teeth into something. We also took on an intern, which I believe could be the first accessibility intern in games this year. If we don't create these opportunities, we're going to kill off this field, and that's a big challenge for I think we're all facing, is that skills gap coming up, and coming up quite fast.
I'm Matt. I am a junior accessibility specialist here at ManyCats. So the major turning point for me when becoming a consultant rather than an advocate or a content creator, you could say, was the ability to go to a company and offer them the service rather than them come to me and go, we would like you for this length of time. I could go to a company, turn around and be like, I can offer you this amount of time, this in return for time, and I will expect this in return. So I could offer them a 10-hour trial play test, a 10-hour test play session with a follow-up report, and I would expect this in return. I had set rates. I had an understanding of what clients were looking for or what I could offer a client, and knew what my time was worth and what my expertise was worth.
I really need to belch as well.
Put that in the recording, just,
Let's do what we did last time and leave it in.
I mean, this all raw footage is going to be stitched together, and that is the talk about. Cheers,
just B-roll it, yeah.
What do you think made you more hireable at that point than maybe some others?
I think it's not. Certain people will say it's probably because I'm vocal or because I have quite a obvious presence. I actually think it's down to my approach to how I've learned accessibility. It's very easy to stay in your lane. If you're visually impaired, to stay in the visually impaired lane. If you're deaf or hard of hearing, to stay and specialize in that. But actually, I've kind of taken a bit more of an approach and learned large areas of access, like the accessibility as a whole. I've spent time and energy in making sure I understand cognitive, mobility, hard of hearing, as well as the obvious visual impairment, which is kind of obviously my specialty because I have one. It's really easy to just stay in your lane, but I think if you want to be more employable, be more approachable as an accessibility consultant or specialist, I think you need to learn about accessibility as a whole. Professionalism's always a big thing, I think, key-wise, and how you approach developers, how you approach scenarios. They're not going to instantaneously listen to your direct feedback or maybe give you a response. You've got to kind of understand that they're not there to instantaneously fix your problem. They're there to listen to your problem. So when you approached me a year ago offering this role, there was a number of reasons I took it. I think obviously the one is full-time employment. That's amazing. But also it was something new, something you were very open and honest from the start and went, actually, I'm not 100% certain what your role is going to be, but we can work it out together. We can approach the challenge together. And I love that because it wasn't something I'd done before. I was only ever the second person to have a junior role in accessibility. So it was kind of like paving the way for people to follow me and things like that. And you were very honest and open from the start about that. But also it was actually not being on my own. It's something very silly, but when you're freelance, you do spend so much of your time alone or working on your own. And it was actually really a positive thing for me was to get back into being a part of a team, to get back into being part of a business and part of not being sat at home on my own, streaming all the time. With the basic game dev tools, there's a joke of the first morning we had a meeting and Chris went, I'll set you up on Jira. And I turned around and went, what is Jira? And I think his face kind of fell apart of, oh my God, what challenge have I taken on here? It was, learn your basic game dev tools. You don't have to learn how to use them or what necessarily you're going to be doing with them, but learn what they are. And then something I think is really important, I knew this anyway, coming from another professional capacity in hospitality, people are busy. If they don't email you back straight away, or the email seems short and sweet, they're not annoyed, they're not angry, they don't not like you, they're just busy. They're probably under a lot of pressure as well and doing lots of different things. So if they reply saying yes and nothing else, it's fine, it's not an issue. Email writing, like it's a different writing an email as the Wobbly Gamer to what it is as Matthew Alcock, the accessibility specialist. Communication methods. I know it's really hard to scrub up on communication methods if you're not actively talking to someone.
You're not just, again, with you say like not the Wobbly Gamer, and the difference between that and Matt, sort of thing, is like you're now representative of a company as a vendor as well, which changes, that communication style is very different to like just a happy lad. I'm just here to do the accessibility, boys. Football. Make your text bigger. So it's a very different thing to be a representative of a company and be in that position.
When sort of seeing you transition from Wobbly Gamer to Matthew, the junior accessibility specialist, was your tendency to leave calls like a streamer and just leave your chair spinning around as you left? You thought that was absolutely fine to be in a meeting where you could just get up and walk off. It's like, right, we're not watching you as streamers anymore.
Yeah, you still get Thomas in the background though. That's we can't get rid of that. Something I would like to say as well is I learned quite quickly, like I knew it anyway, I knew you weren't going to like tell me off, but mistakes are allowed to be made. It is okay to make a mistake, and that you can't, like I think Chris once said to me, you can't delete the whole of Jira, stop panicking. Like you can't delete the game. They're not going to send you the raw file of the game, are they? You can't make a monumental mistake that can't be fixed. I think a good example of that is me assigning our boss's boss a task on Jira, him messaging me going, hi, I don't think this task is for me, it's fine, don't worry. And it happens, and even he was just like, yeah, that's fine, just unassign me, don't worry about it. I was like, oh my God, I'm really sorry, I've just given you a task. He's like, don't, it's fine, it's happened a million times, you're not the first, carry on, have a good day. So yeah, mistakes can be made and they are okay to make. A lot of people with disability do suffer from isolation a bit, and actually being part of a team like this does kind of bring you out of that. It's great to have that kind of social connection, but also you've got people professionally that can help you. Like I've learned so much from you and Harriet. Don't tell her I was nice. Give me an M, give me an A, give me an N, give me a Y. Done. Many cats. We need 6. Can you employ 5 more people to make it work, please?
No, that was just the word many. You still can't spell. Cats was not in that at all.
I've never done how do you do a T? Can you... I am not flexible enough to do a T. But a T, that's not a T. You've got the head in the middle.
That's why they call it a T pose in animation. It's a T. Harriet Frayling, I'm a senior accessibility specialist here at Manycats. Outside the game accessibility, consulting is almost always done by like seasoned professionals. So they've honed their craft to provide expertise. and they're usually hired for that express purpose of solving a specific problem that's within their field that they consult in. But within game accessibility, a lot of people who refer to themselves as a consultant, I used to do the same, are usually disabled, hired on that ad hoc freelance basis to kind of be a repository of insights into lived experience or life as a disabled gamer. Consultancy could look like it could be delivering a talk to, you know, like a lunch and learn. It could be taking part in an inclusive design workshop. It might be, you know, like a preview of a game where you get to give accessibility insights. Now, being able to leverage skills that I did not have the opportunity to really showcase in my role as a consultant. Like, I didn't realize this, but I'm great at report writing. Really great, and I love doing it. But it's not something you really get the opportunity to do as a consultant. You don't get to like audit a game and sort of provide the sort of like actionable analysis that is necessary to help that game become more accessible, to give developers the raw information they need to start making decisions and start like, you know, a roadmap and prioritization and things like that. One of the advantages of being able to be part of a team and like provide it as like a team-based service is there's like different things you can do that you can't do as an individual. As an individual, you're brought in and you test maybe like one day. You might be brought in a few times a year, but it is not like in-depth testing. And it's largely insight-based, which is super valuable. And, you know, user research and play testing is an important part of development. But having a team that's available to do regular testing, to measure those metrics, to help a team stay on track with its accessibility goals, to be able to do the market research, to be able to do comparative analysis, to be able to have that lived experience expertise combined with professional expertise, it sort of marries together to provide sort of like a, you know, like having your own accessibility team without having to have your own accessibility team, basically. I think over the last year, the biggest challenges that we've faced, there's been a few. I think finding our voice as a team and like as a company and sort of really realizing that as a team, you know, as individuals within that team of like, oh, we do cool stuff. Oh God, that's us. We do that. And having that realization and feeling that in the feedback we've had from clients and having the feedback from clients that sort of go, no, this is the right thing. We are doing the right thing. We are need. People want this kind of service. We have the feedback that proves that. Sort of like, we're not necessarily doing anything that isn't already done in an accessibility team. What it is that because we're sort of like you know, like a mobile hairdresser but for accessibility, we'll come to your house. You have to learn the vibe of each client and how they work, and then apply what is a rapidly evolving industry to that in a way that they could use that as a metric by which to measure themselves and their success, even though in about 3 years' time, or even a year's time, even 6 months' time, the way we describe something or a new feature or something like that will have changed. As a service provider, you are an outsider. So you need to really be aggressive on trying to get involved in the culture and understand that sort of like the way everybody works and have something unified without it being preachy or like you're telling people how to do their jobs, you know, or anything like that. So if we're coming on to a project and there has been accessibility work done before, one of the easy starts what I like to do is to check for any guidelines or systems already put in place to try and figure out if people are already using something. Like, even if it's just, we have a link to the game accessibility guidelines in a folder somewhere, or it's on the SharePoint or something like that, like something that shows that there has been a journey begun, halfway through or finished, right? If they had an accessibility person that unfortunately no longer works there, to see if there's any leftover accessibility champions, you know, things like that, to sort of see what's left so that we can work with what's there.
All we can do at the end is really think about the future. And it is a big question when you sort of think about it yourselves, even like after, if you've been to GaConf and thinking about all these amazing talks that you're learning from, and it's about, well, what happens next? You know, what will this year look like? You know, what will the next 6 months bring for accessibility and games?
My mind's gone blank. Literally blank. Future, nothing.
I do honestly think, like we've spoken in this talk, is the importance of having the choice in service providers and making sure that there is opportunity for us to exist, for other, you know, accessibility people to exist and hone their skills to.
I think a company, you know, a service like Manycats and a company like Manycats is really important. Realistically, you're thinking about it really critically. I was never likely to get a job in games in the specialisms I was looking into. Not because I wasn't good enough, but because there are unfortunate limitations to what people can perceive of someone without, you know, it's that age-old chicken egg, like, how much development experience do you have? I see you've consulted for years, but what does that mean? Cats does provide like a certain degree of like actual development experience, being able to work in the games industry, doing accessibility in an opportunity that would never have happened otherwise. You know, other companies just wouldn't be able to have that vision to see what the future could be with disabled people providing the expertise.
To see more people do is involve disabled people in the whole game development cycle, not just bringing in consultants on short-term periods for days, for a few hours. We need to see more involvement across the whole cycle from development through to launch, where people are getting teams like ourselves involved or others.
That unique thing of having, you know, technically minded disabled people being able to provide this sort of like support role while also having, you know, legally required disabled expertise. Which does that double duty.
And that's the thing with, like, in the future, like this why Manycats Studios has done well this past year, and it will continue to do well, is because of this sort of development of core skills and core teams like we have at Manycats to sort of bring it to you and go, you don't have to spend, you know, 6 months, you know, or ages of, you know, really create a, you know, different freelancers together and see what if they work together. I know that my team works well together, and I know that I can develop more teams to work on different projects.
I would love for it to be basically that we have more disabled people working at Manycats, so we kind of, in a way, have to kind of be a bit activisty about it and kind of just be present and be like, no, when we say nothing about us without us, we mean us, you know? It's not just like a soundbite. It's no, physically us. We're right here.
So don't delay. Get in touch with Manycats Studios and find out what sort of cats team you can have to help you with your accessibility journey. Email us on hello@manycats.uk, or you can search for us on our website at www.manycats.uk. So a lot of people do ask me time and time again, like, you know, why is it called Manycats Studios? And there's a really important reason for why it's called Manycats Studio, and that literally was because back then in 2016.
Text on screen reads for John.
Goodbye, good friends, goodbye. 'Cause now it's time to go. But hey, I say, well, that's okay, 'cause we'll see you very soon, I know.
I have had the joy of working with all three of the Manycats at different points of time in my career, and I can say yes, totally hire them. They are fantastic. Their knowledge is great. And I also want to say that I'd never seen The Sopranos, so I didn't get the joke of the thing cutting out. And so I even emailed and was like, hey, what's happening? This is broke. And he was like, here's the joke of this, you know, TV show that obviously tons of people know about. And I was like, oh, oops. So, but, you know, Manycats is a fantastic team. Their work is great. And also they're fucking hilarious. I will say I did feel a little called out when when Matt was saying, oh, sometimes if you get like really short email replies, maybe he was talking about me and some work that I've had many cats do for me and the responses I sent him. It's fine. It's fine. I wasn't hurt. I didn't take it personally. You're stressing me out. Mm. Oh, wait, what's this? Is this a Battenberg cocktail that Max made for me with a tiny little Battenberg garnish? It is. Hmm. Oh no, I have another beverage. You know what that must mean? That it's 9:30 in the morning. Which me which actually means that we are done with content for this edition of the Game Accessibility Conference UK. You know, it has been such an amazing 2 days. I again want to thank all of you for taking the time to join us online. And, you know, I'm going to rattle out a series of thanks because it does take an army to have an event like this, even when it's just online. I know that you're not seeing like Max physically run around making stuff happen, but that doesn't mean he's not doing it. So I want to give a thank you to all of the conference staff who have been in the Discord, who have been moderating, who have been helping us sort out tech issues, who have been keeping people in the right chats, alerting us to any issues. Of course, I want to thank Max, who does tons of things behind the scenes to keep us functionally running and being our point of contact for all of our vendors today. I want to thank Ian, who is the person who works with all of our speakers to get this content ready to go for this event. And of course, um, you know, all of our speakers who were here for the conference, we couldn't do it without their content. And so, you know, thank you so much to all of them. I think we're going to have the videos up, at least the majority of the videos up today. I'm gonna wait for Ian to chime in on that, but you will see them posted with captions very soon. And of course, we also have to thank all of our amazing vendors who help us make this event as accessible as possible for us. So I first want to thank bid interpreting or BID interpreting. I've only ever read it, so I don't know which one you guys actually go by. So Emily, Catherine, and Rachel were our three interpreters over the course of the event. So, you know, thank you so much. Like a round of applause for them. You guys were fantastic, and Miso as well. The interpretation cat, yes. Thank you, thank you. You all were fantastic. Ewan, you guys haven't seen Ewan, but he is our captioner who's been doing all of this live and, you know, absolutely fantastic work. Like, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Ewan is from 121 Captions doing all of the live captions. For our VODs, which will be going online later today, we have all of our captioning from Subtrend. Again, so excited that we're able to drop all of the talks for you captioned. Thanks to them. And of course, thanks to all of our sponsors. So thanks again to our gold sponsor of Sony Interactive Entertainment, our silver sponsors of Xbox and Rockstar, our final set of sponsors are bronze of Ubisoft, Tencent, Reed Speaker, EA, Descriptive Video Works, Lucid, and Shara. For those who don't know, Shara simply stands for Tara and Shane, Shara, and it is just a pool of money that is raised by people who are just gamers who can't be a sponsor. They don't have that kind of money sitting around, but they'll donate a little bit here or there to help us fund the conference. And so, you know, in situations like this, every single dollar counts, and so we deeply appreciate it. And I know that a lot of you are probably like, "Ugh, I need more. What is my next fix?" Well, don't forget that coming up alongside Develop in the summer, that there will be the Game Accessibility Gathering. And if you are interested in doing a talk for the Game Accessibility Gathering, they are actually still accepting proposals this week. So please check that out and submit. And that is where, alongside that event, we're going to have our mixer, GaConf by the Sea. And it's really just going to be a chance for us to get together and hang out. So please keep an eye out for that. And then, yes, for all of you folks in North America, we are going to be back in late September with another remote instance of this. But we are thinking about, we're going to look into some logistics, and we might be able to have another small mixer alongside PAX West, which is here in the Seattle area. And I do see Ian did just officially drop in the chat. All of our videos are online. 2 of them will have the captions added later today. We're still working on that, as well as all of the break quotes that were on screen. Again, thank you so much to everyone who was here, who watched. Again, we can't do it without you, the viewers who are interested. And, whether you're a game dev or a game accessibility advocate or just a gamer, we appreciate you and thank you so much. You're all fantastic. Bye, everyone. Go have a beverage or lunch or dinner. Bye.